Buenos días.
Good morning. President, Secretaries of State for Latvia and Spain, Ambassador, President of the Royal Elcano Institute, friends. Firstly, on behalf of the board of the Botín Foundation, especially on behalf of the President Javier Botín, I would like to welcome you here today to this center of ours, in which I hope you'll feel at home. My name is Inigo Sainz de Miera, Director General of the Foundation, and I'm only here to welcome you and to say thank you. The Botín Foundation is a private foundation, a family-run foundation, which this year is going to turn 50. It's an operational foundation. As in English, we call this a managing foundation. And the Botín Foundation has a vocation to participate in society, to help generate wealth and development, social, economic, and human development. And this is done through a number of plans of action in education, science, art and culture, rural development. We always try to detect creative talent to generate wealth, and in addition to acting, we have an observatory that tries to provide the information needed for the plans of action, but we also try to disseminate the knowledge we gain from these programs. And also we try to deal with matters that we consider are strategic for generating growth and development in our country. We think that today, more than ever, in Spain, we need to look calmly. It's often difficult to look at things objectively because we're all involved in everything, basically. It's difficult to look objectively at things, but we need to look calmly and from a distance at what's happening in Spain, at what is meant by what's happening by Spain. We need to look at what we're doing well and at what we need to do in the future. Basically, we need to find ideas that will help us generate a new model for sustained and equitable growth. But Emilio Lamo is not only president of the Elcano Royal Institute, but he's also a member of our advisory board. But in order to understand Spain, we need to really look at what's happening outside Spain. We need to see what's happening outside that could affect us. And the fact is that one of the things that is happening is that there's a huge range of possibilities. If we need to look at what's happening outside Spain, there's close collaboration, which is becoming closer and closer between the Botín Foundation and the Elcano Royal Institute. I think this is going to bear a lot of fruit. We have two complementary visions, different but complementary visions. And in our joint collaboration, we are able to be very optimistic. That's all. I would like to thank you all for coming along today. I would like to thank the Latvia. I would like to thank the ambassador, the Club of Madrid, which has helped to prepare this event, the Elcano Royal Institute, the two secretaries of state who are with us today, and all of you. And I hope that this working session will be a very useful one. I hope we'll be able to discover a way in which we can establish very good relations with our neighbours. Thank you very much. That's all. and I hope you have a good day of work. Thank you.
Pleasure to look out and see all your faces. We didn't expect this wonderful turnout. Thanks very much for coming here. It's wonderful to see you all. I'm going to be relatively brief because I think there are more important speakers you probably want to hear from. The most important thing I have to say is that I have to say thank you. And I have to say thank you to the Elcano Rural Institute for its generous support, to the embassy in organizing this conference, and to the Club of Madrid. As you know, the president of Latvia is also the president of the Club of Madrid. So we have a wonderful opportunity of the three organizations, the embassy, Elcano Institute, and the Club of Madrid, working together to bring this conference today. You may not be aware of how this conference originated, but it started about a year ago when the embassy was starting to think about, well, what is the kind of a subject matter that we could organize in Spain. And it seemed to us at that moment in time that it would be a subject that would unite Northern Europe and Southern Europe. And as Latvia was in the process of organizing the next Eastern Partnership Summit in Riga, the question was, could we just do that alone? And we came to the conclusion, no, that we have to have both partnerships that are part of the European neighborhood policy. As you know, this year, the European Union is in the process of reviewing the neighborhood policy, which we think is a good thing. And as you probably know, that just recently in Barcelona, there was a very successful foreign ministers summit of the Southern Partnership countries and members of the European Union. And in a couple of days, on May 20th, there will be the Riga Eastern Partnership Summit, which we also hope will be a success. And we see our little conference here in Spain as a kind of a bridge between the success of the Barcelona Summit of Foreign Ministers to the heads of state and government meeting in Riga. So we have decided that to include both the Northern or the Eastern Partnership and the Southern Partnership within one conference. And of course, Madrid seems to us to have been an opportune place for this to happen. And from the turnout, it seems like we succeeded. I have to say that the order of speakers, as you can see, will be, we will have Senor Emilio Alamo de Espinosa, then Senor Inigo Mendez de Vigo, Secretary of State in the Spanish Foreign Ministry, and then Andres Filigovic, the State Secretary of the Latvian Foreign Ministry. So I will ask.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you very much, Ambassador Eichmanis, for your leadership and this excellent initiative. Thank you also to the Club de Madrid, Carlos Westerno. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for the Elcano Royal Institute to gather with your help such a distinguished audience and group of speakers. Let me start with a rather simple comment that I hope may serve to frame our discussion today. Permítanme, pues, que comience, como digo, con una observación elemental, pero que espero pueda ser relevante, tomando distancia en relación con el tema de discusión hoy, antes de hacer zoom sobre la cuestión. Todos hemos aprendido de niños y sabemos.
We've all learnt geography, but the first thing we need to recognize is that Europe is a peninsula on the east of the Eurasian continent. And if we consider Europe a continent, that's the result of a rather special geography that has led to a rather unique history. Europe is separated from Asia by a complicated geography with steppes and deserts, and there are two separate histories in Eurasia. Europe is also separated from Africa by another type of complicated geography. Firstly, we have the sea, which is in some cases is a way of a route, but generally it tends to be more of a barrier. What am I trying to say by this? That the history of Europe needs to be understood as the history of two frontiers, two different frontiers. That's a frontier of the east and the south. And Europe has to manage these and administer these frontiers. And these frontiers represent a barrier, but also represent a channel for communication and for passage. But unfortunately, these are two different frontiers, two different neighborhoods. In the south, we have a clear frontier which separates religions and cultures. It's a moving frontier, it's true, because when we didn't have frontiers in Africa, Africa had frontiers in Europe, but Africa is to the south of the Mediterranean. And this is a very important socioeconomic partner, one of the most important in the world, because there's a huge difference in income per capita of 1 to 12, which is much greater than the difference between Mexico and the United States. And this neighborhood in the south is subject to many tensions, often stemming from geographical reasons, great demographic growth, and the Arab Springs, which have failed, although have led to great changes, for example, in Tunisia. And the only country that has physical frontiers in Africa. And the frontier in the east is not so clear. It's more of a puzzle because people can go from one side to the other without any real frontier. And there's different religions on the one side and the other. What is particularly important about this frontier is that everything seems to be mixed and overlapping. And we're talking about land from the Balkans, the south of Russia, to the Middle East and Western Asia. We're going to talk about these two tense frontiers that are worrying for us. And since 1991, we've tried to stabilize the frontier in the east, but it's not stable today. And the frontier in the south is not stable either. And the European Union has been incapable of stabilizing these two frontiers. So we've talked recently with the General Secretary of NATO, who visited us recently at the Elkanah Royal Institute. And both of these frontiers are tremendously important. And a few years ago, Thomas Friedman in the New York Times, who also visited us at the Elkanah Royal Institute, he published a book stating that the world was flat. He was right. The virtual world is flat. It's flat in the internet, but the real world is not flat. As Robert Kaplan has stated recently, we're suffering from the vengeance of geography. Now, let's zoom into the situation today. Well, as we know, the European Union has dealt with this situation with the European Neighbourhood Policy, which was devised in 2004, with the idea of creating a ring of friends. And the idea was to promote stronger cooperation with states that were prepared to adopt reforms. And the idea was that there would be cooperation in everything except institutions. And so the countries in the south of the Mediterranean saw a lot of confusion when we talked about the process of Barcelona. The linking of the countries in the south with others such as Ukraine, Moldova, etc., was difficult from the start. And so this led to the Eastern Partnership and the Southern Partnership. The first of which is less known in Spain. This was born in Riga with the idea of speeding up a convergence between these countries and the European Union. And the main promoters were from Sweden and Poland, who conceived this as a response to the aggression from Russia at the time against Georgia. And this seminar is being held at a particularly important time for this partnership. Firstly, because, as I've already said, Latvia is, for the first time, occupying the presidency of the European Union. And this country is, obviously, this Eastern Partnership is particularly important for this country. And at the forthcoming summit in Riga on the 20th to 22nd of May, the European Union plans to express its continued support for the Eastern Partnership. And since the start, the critics have said that, as with the European Neighbourhood Partnership, this partnership does not make a clear enough distinction between the countries that could join the European Union in a not too distant future, such as Moldova, Georgia and Ukraine, and the others, which would make it very difficult for this to be possible. But in practice, the situation is very different. In June of 2014, the first three, Moldavia, Latvia, and signed deep and comprehensive free trade areas, but the others are not ready for such a close collaboration. And Armenia, for example, has joined the Eurasian Economic Union. But we have to take into account the current attitude of Russia. Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia would like to receive a specific support for their interest in joining the European Union, but this has been interpreted by many people as going backwards after the declaration of Vilnius, which was more explicit. And we have to state finally that on the 18th of May, just before the Riga summit, there will be a trilateral meeting between Russia, Ukraine and the European Union on the entry into force of the free trade area for Ukraine in 2016. And a letter has just been leaked from the German government by Jean-Paul Juncker to try to get over the concerns about Russia. And all of this is really a burden for the European neighbourhood policy, so really what we need now is not so much the review of this policy as perhaps a real foreign policy. But we have plenty of time to talk about this today. Finally, I would like to thank many people and many institutions who have made this seminar possible. Quite clearly, the Embassy of Latvia for their support and collaboration, the Club of Madrid, the Botín Foundation, which once again has allowed us to use its premises. And I would like to thank the president, the former president of Latvia, and the current president of the Club of Madrid, Vaira Vīķe-Freiberga, and also the representative of the Bernardino Leon, who will be talking about the situation with Libya. And I would like to thank the ambassadors of the United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Ireland, Portugal, Denmark, Cyprus, Moldova, Azerbaijan, the Netherlands, Poland, and the Czech Republic, and any others that I may have forgotten. And I would like to welcome all of you once again for being here. Thank you for being here today.
Buenos días a todos, señora presidenta.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Secretaries of State, members of Parliament, ambassadors, I would like to join Emilio Lamo de Espinosa in expressing thanks. I don't want to, we have to start at 10:10 with our state president, so we don't have much time. I have been a member of the European Parliament for many years, and members of the European Parliament used to be given 3 minutes to talk in the plenary sessions, so I don't want to take any more time than that. I would just like to give the opportunity to our speakers to have plenty of time to talk. I would like to congratulate the organisers for this event. I think this has come at exactly the right time between the informal summit that we organised with the countries of the Southern Partnership that was held recently in Barcelona and the summit to be held next week. And I would like to thank the Botín Foundation for receiving us here. And when we talk about neighbourhood, what do we mean? Well, we mean neighbourhood. We're not talking about a process of entering the European Union. We're talking about two different things here, and different processes. And I think it's important to be clear about this. I think one of the errors that's been made by the European Union is that it's often given hopes where such hopes are really unfounded. And often there are candidate countries, but negotiations are unlikely to be successful. But I think we're talking about a neighbourhood policy, and this is enormously important. And I'm very pleased to say this in the presence of Pierre Vimont. I think this is one of the great policies of the European Union, and we need to work on it. And secondly, although the countries that really form part of our neighbourhood are very different, I think in today's global world, I think there is still a lot of points in common. And I want to give an example of what I'm trying to say. When we met a few years ago, when a few years ago we saw the Arab Spring, which really represented a risk for the supply of gas for Europe, we understand that changes needed to be made. And today things have turned around. Today, since we see there are problems in the east, we see that the alternative might be in the south. And I think that over the next few months, one of the policies is going to receive a lot of support from the European Union is precisely the policy which will lead us to open up interconnections between the different parts of Europe. And this is a consequence of what we call the policy of the neighbourhood policy. And so this is an idea that is not just shared by the countries involved, but also it's shared by the neighbours of our neighbours. And here Spain is particularly interested in expressing this. It's not a question of just talking about our direct neighbours, but also the neighbours of our neighbours are an important part of what we're doing. And when we talk about these matters, we have to make a tremendous effort in the European Union to increase our policies, to enhance our policies. So, for example, if there's one subject that's firmly on the agenda of the European Union, it's the subject of migration. We are all very aware of the importance for the European Union to have a policy on migration. And as so often happens in Europe, something needs to happen for there to be a reaction. The governments tend to be very conservative when drawing up policies on a European level. But I think today, one of the main political projects for the European Union is that of drawing up a common policy on migration. The government is particularly interested in the communication to be given by the European Commission tomorrow. And this is a matter that's of very great importance for all of us, because it means that the European Union really provides responses to the problems we all have. And that's what is expected of the European Union. Now, finally, with regard to Riga, I was talking previously to the Secretary of State, and I would like to congratulate them for the work that's being done. This is the first presidency, but I think they're doing great work. And I think this is a clear sign of integration. I think Riga has been very well prepared, and I hope it will be very successful. And you can be sure that you will have the support of the Spanish government. And I would like to say something that's already been said, but I would like to repeat this. The neighbourhood policy is not a policy against anyone else. Nobody must be seen as a policy against anybody else. And this must be seen especially by Russia. We want to have good relations with Russia, and we need to comply with the legality and with normal standards. To see the policy of neighbourhood as going against somebody else is a mistake. So, Lady Chairman, I hope we will all be able to enjoy the talks today, and I think this session has been very well organized, and it's come at exactly the right political time. And timing is particularly important in politics. Thank you.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me welcome all of you very warmly to this event, which will be one of the highlights of our EU presidency. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers of this impressive conference, the Foundation Batin, Elcano Royal Institute, Club de Madrid, and of course our embassy here in Madrid, in Spain. I am glad to note that half of the presidency has been completed. And as representative of a country enjoying for the first time this responsibility, I am particularly proud to say that during this short period of time we have achieved a number of concrete results. It's been indeed a busy start of 2015, one of upheavals and change, with new faces in top positions and thereafter new initiatives. Coupled with that, we have faced a volatile international environment where security and foreign policy challenges have come to the fore alongside a demanding economic agenda to restore growth and prosperity. We have reacted swiftly to evolving international challenges and have demanded EU common action. The tragic events in the recent days, weeks and months have claimed a high number of human lives. They yet again reminded us that Europe is surrounded by turbulent waters. The security environment and the humanitarian situation around Europe is clearly deteriorating, demanding immediate action. First of all, in response to the most recent tragic events in the Mediterranean, the High Representative and the Presidency jointly convened an emergency meeting of Foreign and Home Affairs Ministers. The following day, we put migration on the General Affairs Council agenda, and these ministerial discussions linking external and internal action paved the way for the extraordinary European Summit on Migration. As you know, the European Council agreed that the EU will mobilize all efforts at its disposal to prevent further loss of life at sea and tackle the root causes of the human emergency that we face. There is a long list of the measures which we're going to discuss this week and during the coming June Council meeting. I will not mention all of them right now, but these are really very high on our priority list. Another major challenge which affected lives and plans this year is the fight against terrorism. Recent attacks were a brutal reminder that there are groups and organizations that wish to undermine European values. The members of the Council called in February for reinforced action against terrorist threats and identified specific measures which should be implemented as a matter of priority. The Presidency is committed to the implementation of these measures as well as the ones contained in the Riga Statement of Home and Justice Ministerial of January. They include reinforcement of Schengen framework, stepping up cooperation in combating radicalization on internet, The fight against illicit trafficking of firearms and enhancing information exchange were amongst the priority issues identified. As you know, European Parliament has reactivated debate on the PNR file. Despite the unforeseen major circumstances, we have not forgotten about the priorities set out before the start of our presidency and kept a steady course on them. I would like to bring to your attention 5 major projects or issues in which we are proud to have achieved some tangible results. The first project I would like to mention is the European Investment Plan. The plan provides a fresh approach towards revitalizing Europe's economy by stimulating investment. The investment plan is a priority initiative for the presidency, and I am proud to say that the Latvian presidency was able to swiftly forge a general approach on EFSI in the Council. A solution will need to be found for the financing of the guarantee fund so that the markets do not question the credibility of the EU guarantee. I would also like to recall that measures of revitalization of Europe's economy would be incomplete if focusing only on the internal market. EU's external trade policy, such as trade agreements, is an essential element of this discussion that remains as a thread line throughout the process. And of course, TTIP negotiations with the United States is one of the subjects which I'm meaning. The second major project is the Energy Union. The Union is a matter of top priority for the presidency, as the project has the potential to transform Europe's energy outlook through greater energy security, competitiveness of the EU citizens and industry, and a forward-looking climate change policy. It will also expand Europe's geopolitical options and strengthen supply-side security, including through diversification. Following the launch of the Riga process and the adoption of the Commission strategy this February, the Council immediately began work on 5 dimensions of the Energy Union. A third major issue engaging our minds has been Ukraine, which needs Europe's assistance more than ever. President Tusk and President Juncker were in Kiev 2 weeks ago for the EU-Ukraine summit. The summit was an opportunity to reaffirm our support for Ukraine. They discussed with President Poroshenko the security situation as well. Full implementation of the Minsk agreements remained the key for the political solution. They also discussed monitoring arrangements and humanitarian situation there too. All efforts need to be made to bring relief to the population. The summit was also an opportunity to discuss Riga Eastern Partnership summit in less than 2 weeks in Riga, and during the session we will discuss this subject in great detail. Only full implementation of the Minsk agreements should serve as a basis for gradual restoration of trust and reviewing the sanctions concerning Russia. It is important that such an approach was agreed at the European Council in February, and unless there is a demonstrable and sustainable improvement in the situation in eastern Ukraine, sanctions should be rolled over at the June European Council. A fourth important issue is related to non-traditional threats. The European Parliament, in its resolution on the situation in Ukraine on January 15 this year, was the first to recognize the evolving dangerous trend by calling to develop an effective communication strategy to counter massive counter-EU propaganda campaign. The significance of this new threat has been confirmed by the European Foreign Affairs Council in January, while the European Council in March tasked to draft an action plan on strategic communication. The action plan will have to be presented to the June European Council, and it should include, amongst other, proposals on how to strengthen independent media in the region. Let me say a few words on another important priority of the presidency, which is digital agenda. We will seek to inject further momentum into the long-term goal to create a single digital market. This includes taking forward proposals to cut mobile roaming fees, safeguard open internet access, improve network and information security, and enhance data protection. The digital single market strategy has become public, and at the Riga Digital Assembly in June, we will provide an opportunity to further discuss the development of the single digital market in areas like trust and confidence, ensuring access and connectivity, building the digital economy for businesses, and consumers, and promoting e-society. We will continue the debate on the non-traditional hybrid threats that combine traditional boots on the ground with covert operations, cyber attacks, energy supply extortion, and media manipulation. We need to better detect and respond to these challenges, for example, through improved situational awareness and early warning systems, as well as to continue work on strategic communication, the immediate priority, and to further develop quality independent media across the region. By the June European Council, we hope to deliver on the action plan for strategic communication, the review of the European security strategy, and improving cohesion between EU internal and external security. I have spoken on a diverse number of priorities and issues. This is, I believe, a reflection not only on the ambition of Latvia's presidency, but also on the depth of Europe's interest. Thank you. I very much would like to thank everyone who made this event possible. And now I assume I can make a very pleasant responsibility to introduce a distinguished individual, the former president of Latvia, Dr. Vaira Vīķe-Freiberga, who symbolizes the story of Latvia over the last few decades. Madam Freiberga was born in Riga shortly before the beginning of the Second World War. She has witnessed the fate of my country, which lost about 1/3 of the population during this tragedy. She's gone through the refugee camps, has traveled through continents, lived some time in Africa, in North America, came back to Latvia after the regaining of independence, and has played a unique role in helping the country to assume its rightful place on the European political map. I have worked for the President for more than 7 years. I have witnessed how much he has been instrumental in helping Latvia to become a miraculous example of a country which has been able to telescope development from a captive nation 25 years ago, ex-Soviet Republic, to EU, NATO member state 11 years ago, to one of the recent members of the European Currency Union, and now, without your input, our first presidency at the high table of the European Council would not have been possible. She is a renowned international scholar, educator, one of the most seasoned political figures on the European continent, and I'm very happy that Madam President agreed to join us for this important conversation about the neighborhood policy. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my friend Andres, for this nice introduction. Distinguidos señores secretarios de
Secretary of State from Spain, Latvia, Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, I would ask you to pardon me if I continue in English, because yes, I have learned Spanish when I was very, very young, but what I just learned Spanish literature more than anything else, the golden era, etc. But for current affairs and for current politics, I'm sorry to say that I don't have the necessary vocabulary to be able to describe my thinking on these items, so I'm going to change to English. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, we stand here from different sectors of society, and I'd like to start out by thanking very much the Embassy of Latvia, the Instituto Elcano Real, for its collaboration with us in organizing this. We at the Club de Madrid are also most grateful to the Fundación Botín for their hospitality in these premises, and we are pleased that the Club de Madrid, which by now has around 100 members, former presidents or prime ministers of countries who made the transition to democracy and who were elected democratically, continues to exist and bears the name of Madrid because 13 years ago a conference was called here in Madrid, where the participants were both actual leaders and former leaders like Mr. Gorbachev, or actual leaders like President Clinton of the United States, many representatives of Eastern Europe, but also Spain, of course, as a country that did make a transition to democracy at one time and managed to do it this time without a civil war, much as most of Eastern Europe was able to make the transition from a totalitarian ideology to one that is open, that is similar to that of Western Europe, and to try and adopt all the acquis communautaire that Western European and Southern European countries who saw their freedom arrive at the end of the Second World War, they had had half a century of development of democracy, whereas the countries on the other side of the Iron Curtain had half a century of centralized, totalitarian, repressive, and frequently, as in the case of the Baltic states, a foreign force and army present on our soil. As a matter of fact, Russian troops, Soviet troops, if you like, were present also in Czechoslovakia. They were present in Eastern Europe, but they were particularly, of course, present in the three Baltic countries, which saw their first occupation in 1940, followed by a Nazi occupation, then a return of the Soviet forces, and the tides of war flowing back and forth over our land, with the losses that our Secretary of State, Mr. Pildegovich, just alluded to a few minutes ago. There is a tide in the affairs of men that, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, says Shakespeare. And I think after the Second World War, the western part of Europe was indeed liberated. They could celebrate their victory over Nazism and fascism in Germany and in Italy, but that tide took with it only those countries that were this side of the Iron Curtain. The Iron Curtain cut Germany in two. Theoretically, there were 4 occupation zones, but when you look at the map, it really cut Germany in two. The DDR became part of what was known as the Eastern Bloc. There were countries, all 14 republics apart from the Russian Federation, that became part of the Soviet Union, and then there were satellite countries like Poland and Hungary and the Czech Republic, who were so-called satellite countries because even though they had their own ethnic leaders in place, these leaders had to be approved and had to follow the dictates of the Kremlin in everything they did. And it's only to the extent that they were obeisant to these directives could they continue in power. And we saw what happened when somebody tried to deviate the least bit from the directives of the Kremlin in Hungary in 1956 and in Czechoslovakia in 1968. Deviation from the line established by the Central Party, the leaders in the Kremlin, was not tolerated, and when it did happen, tanks intervened and military force intervened. When the Soviet Union collapsed of its own weaknesses in 1991, and the formerly occupied nations like the Baltic states recovered their liberty and their independence and their sovereignty, I think the West was taken by surprise. Because for half a century it had been a very comfortable cohabitation with what was called a bipolar world, with the Americans presenting themselves as the defenders of democratic values and freedom and free market economy, capitalism, if you like, and communism on the other side, with China, of course, joining in, Vietnam, Cuba as well. But essentially then the third world countries were those who were sort of trying to ride the tide and to lean towards one side or the other, depending on who paid them more or who supported them more or with whom they had more sympathy, depending on the case. When all this collapsed, there was a lot of confusion, not just in the countries that now had to make choices. They had a chance to make a choice as to what kind of system they wished to establish in their country, but also in the ones who were already stable, like Western Europe, how to deal with them and how to react to them. So if you had a frontier, if we're talking about the borders, the frontiers, and the neighborhood of Europe, Europe, after the Second World War, started out, if you like, what is now the European Union, a core of 6 countries, very much a core in the sort of central western part of the continent, or subcontinent, if you like. It then expanded. It expanded to 12, it expanded to 15, and then when the Iron Curtain fell and the Berlin Wall was torn down, there was a choice. All of a sudden, that wall, that literal, and for those of you who have seen it in your lifetime, you will know that it mined. There were guard towers shooting at anybody at all who appeared in a neutral zone. The Berlin Wall saw a number, several hundreds of victims who were shot because they tried to escape the workers' paradise and to join their relatives in Western Germany. This was truly not just a metaphorical wall that Churchill was talking about, but truly a physical barrier with barbed wires, guard dogs, guards, machine guns, mines, and the killing of anybody who dared to cross it in a way that was not approved. I think the Europeans reacted to this with some confusion, but also with an ability to take decisions quickly. And I'd like to thank them for it and congratulate them on overcoming the differences between internecine differences of opinion between the right and the left and the center, historical differences between various countries, and to accept that the frontiers, the borders of Europe had shifted considerably towards the east. And the borders now reached as far as those countries that had expressed a deliberate and free will to join the Western countries in what they had achieved in terms of the principles, the basic principles, according to which they were establishing their governance, the values that guided in general their broad decisions and their strategies, and to adopt, when need be, the detailed legislation that had been put in place by what is now the European Union, the acquis communautaire, whatever the cost, whatever the effort, because the idea was we had been cut off, certainly in the Baltic countries. We had been cut off from the rest of the world, a world to which we belonged since the Middle Ages. True, in earlier times, that part of the world was isolated, and this is why Pope Innocent III sent a crusade against the last pagans in Europe. The last pagans in Europe were in Latvia and Lithuania. But once the Crusaders completed that holy war, and the territory that is now Latvia and Estonia became Terra Mariana, and was actually directly answerable to the Pope. It was a territory for several centuries. These countries have been basically, for a number of centuries, part of the development of Western Europe, or if you like, of Europe in its different sectors, because you have a Northern Europe, which is the old Hanse League, the Hanseatic League, of which what is now Latvia and the Baltic countries was a part. You have a Europe of the olive tree around the Mediterranean. You have a Europe of the dumpling in Central Europe. and you have a Europe of wine, and you have a Europe of beer. I mean, you have all kinds of mosaics by which you can divide Europeans. And when we talk about the North and the South, and the East and the West, these are very much tentative designations, and I think I would like to spend my time with you here today to look at these definitions a little bit, and also at some of the historical context where they come from. The concerns that we will hear about today are what are those of the politicians and the leaders of the European Union, the ones currently in office. And they have to decide about an immigration policy, they have to decide about a defense and security policy, about an energy policy, and about what to do with crises of various sorts that flare up in what is the physical proximity of other countries. Physical proximity, in our case, for instance, where we have a border with Russia, and so does Finland, an even longer one, or a border with Ukraine, as in the case of Poland, but also with the Mare Nostrum in between, the North African and Middle East sections of the world are of great interest to the countries at the southern edge of the European Union, for reasons that, of course, we all know and that are daily in the news. Interestingly enough, you will think about it that we are not talking about the western borders of Europe at all. And how is that? Historically, the western borders of Europe were the place where things were at. The western borders of Portugal, the harbors of Portugal, are the places from which ships sailed around the world, where they established that the world actually is round rather than flat. And then the galleons, the Spanish galleons, which kept bringing gold from South America for centuries, the French and their colonial empire, the British and their great colonial empire, so that the western border of Europe extended out, not just out into the ocean, but across many, many continents. And that was the colonial expansion period of Europe. Then this ebb and flow, this historical ebb and flow, created a retreat of the Europeans. The ones who had gone to Australia, Canada, America, South America remained there, and they became new countries. But the flux of people continued now in a much more balanced way. Europeans continued to go to North America. I know that, for instance, the years I spent in Canada, there were regularly people coming in, not just from the so-called Third World, but also from France, from Spain, from Portugal, Italy, many parts of Europe. And at the same time, there were people from North America who returned to Europe. Portuguese worked in Canada, they saved money, they returned to Portugal, and they bought a house for their old age. But there was a sort of ebb and flow back and forth across that frontier without serious problems on either side. A peaceful, if you like, border, not just with the ocean, but with the colonies and with the New World in all its guises, both the American continent and Australia and even parts of Asia. The southern part of Europe was actually extending into North Africa, and I can testify from my personal experience that when I went to high school, I did so in Casablanca. And Casablanca was very much at the time not just a Moroccan city, it was a French city. The French, as a matter of fact, built it up from a small fishing village which had been there in Morocco. Morocco had other cities that had been capitals of various dynasties of sultans before that, but Casablanca was absolutely a European city. And the Europeans were entering North Africa, in the case of Morocco, interestingly enough, at the invitation of the king. The Sultan at the time actually asked for French help in securing his throne. And the French protectorate was literally that. Spain and Germany and Great Britain had certain pretensions on having influence on Morocco, but the French won out because they helped the Sultan to pacify the tribes that had risen against him, set him on his throne securely, and with their presence ensure that there was, if you like, a Sharia, a kind of system of law on the one side for native Moroccans, and a European system of law for the Europeans. So you see, the refugee problem, if you like, they were immigrants in North Africa. And Algeria was for over 100 years part of the French territory. The French considered it was part of La France d'Outre-mer, and it was as much French as Martinique is still today. It was considered as part of French territory. So, you see, not so long ago, in my adolescence, in my lifetime, the Europeans were pushing down into Africa. And never mind sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa with its apartheid system inherited both from the Dutch and the British and so on. So you see, we have to look at things in context. And then that flow, which was going out from Europe towards its colonies, there was a revenge of the colonized, and the flow was reversed. First of all, the colonizers, of course, were thrown out more or less gently or more or less cruelly and brutally. Kenya, for instance, is one of the cases where the very bloody attacks were made on the colonizers before the country got full independence. In other countries, like the Congo or Rwanda, the departure of the colonizers opened up bloody conflicts between different tribes and different ethnical groups within Africa, and the results are equally disastrous. So that when we look today at what's happening in Middle East, in Syria and in Iraq and in Libya and all around the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, it is part of a movement of, if you like, in many ways the revenge of the colonized who are returning now to Europe. But Europe used to send people to Africa and to the Middle East, and now it's the contrary. There are a lot of people who are in a position who wish to enter Europe. When the Europeans went to Africa or to the Middle East, or for that matter to America, they didn't ask the natives their permission. As a matter of fact, there are many Canadian tribes that were wiped out by the white men, either in battles against them with superior weapons, or because of the diseases that were unknown to them, like smallpox, for instance, or syphilis. In the Pacific Islands. Diseases that were unknown to these populations wiped out many tribes and many nationalities. The tide has turned. Now Europe is a sort of... America, of course, has been receiving immigrants, and the immigrants have been feeding its economy. The same can be said of Canada after the Second World War. Canada profited economically enormously by taking in many of the refugees that had come from a communist world to Western Germany, were put in camps by the International Refugee Organization, and were kicked out, literally kicked out of Europe in the years 1949, 50, and 51. The camps were closed, and the refugees were told, Europe has no room for you. Some countries, like Switzerland, had really airtight and watertight borders, did not take in refugees at all. Others, like Sweden, accepted those who had come in small fishing boats across the sea from Estonia and from Latvia as refugees, although they did give back some of them to the Soviet regime, for which they have apologized. Other countries only wanted celibate, single people. England was ready to take minors with no families, and nurses' aides, women, unmarried women with no families. The Americans took families when they had sponsorship, by, say, a congregation or by maybe a family. Nobody wanted us, you see. I know what it feels like to be a refugee when you don't know, you've lost what you left behind, and you really don't know where to go and what to do. There was a concerted effort then of countries that who will accept refugees, even families with small children. And there were quite a few countries in the end, even Canada, which at the beginning only wanted miners and people to go in the far north to be cutting timber, eventually was ready to accept families. By that time, my family had gone to Morocco because the French in Morocco accepted families with small children and offered them jobs. The flux now is now different. The flux is going into Europe, and Europe doesn't know what to do with it. And on top of that, there are conflagrations on the outskirts of Europe that Europe doesn't know what to do about. We just celebrated the 65th anniversary of the Schuman Declaration, and it had several aims which are worth repeating and reiterating. First of all, to create a situation where war between European states would become unthinkable, impossible, never to be contemplated again. We are now faced with wars, not within the countries of the European Union, but right on its close borders, more or less physically close, and indeed having obviously an impact on what is happening inside our borders. The other principle was that instead of fighting over resources, one should have agreements, and notably between the old enemies, France and Germany, which had behind them in 100 years' time 3 bloody wars, 1870, 1914, 1940 to 45. The conflict had cost so much to both countries that, and the Saarland and the Ruhrgebiet, Elsass-Lothringen or Alsace-Lorraine had gone back, and Schuman, or at least his father, had had 3 different citizenships, French, German, and Luxembourgeois, in the course of his life, living exactly in the same physical area, and saw the craziness of it all, and convinced first the French deputies and then increasingly more partners of the fact that collaboration and solidarity was the answer rather than conflict and war, and killing and maiming one generation of young men after another, and creating increasing numbers and millions of victims, either by ideology or by the acts of war. By the way, that solution, I remind you, touched only the western part of Europe. The one totalitarianism was eliminated, that of Hitler and Mussolini. But Stalin's strength was only reinforced. Europe gained its ability to develop and its freedom and its economic growth by sacrificing all the countries on the other side, leaving them to their fate and letting Stalin operate freely as a dictator, and a very bloody dictator he was, until his death, which nobody is quite sure whether it was natural or he got a bit of help towards the end, but it was a long enough life and a very costly one for all the populations that came under the sway of the Soviet Union under his rule. This brings us to the question of the Soviet Union and what it means. There was a very careless linguistic custom that took hold of both America and Europe when talking about the Soviet Union. For the sake of simplicity, one saw it as the inheritor of the Tsarist Empire and started calling it Russia. Well, Russia is not the same as the Soviet Union. The actual constitution of the Soviet Union recognized 15 republics which are constituent, and which each had they had their Supreme Soviet, etc. They had one list, and the list was controlled by Moscow and so on, but they were different republics. So when the Soviet Union collapsed, and each republic separated out and got its independence, the West, for some reason, said, oh, poor Russia, it has been diminished. It has suffered, you see. It's not as great as it used to be. Its economy collapsed all by itself. Nobody conquered it. Neither the Americans nor the Europeans invaded it. The thing collapsed of its own weaknesses, like a colossus on feet of clay. And I had said that since 1968. I said, this system cannot last, it will collapse, but I'm not sure whether I will see it collapsing in my lifetime. I was fortunate enough that I did live long enough to see it, and in fact to return and repatriate to my country and to lead it for 2 terms as president, which was rather unexpected. The situation after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, I think the Europeans, those who were free for all that period, they haven't quite come to terms with it. But the ones who mostly have not come to terms with it are the Russians themselves. Because the Russian Federation is neither the Tsarist Empire. Why did they have the revolution of 1917, where Russians and Latvian riflemen and Jewish intellectuals and many other participants wanted to take down the totalitarian, inefficient, economically bankrupt empire of the Tsars? They all contributed. It's called the Russian Revolution. It was a revolution against the Tsarist empire. Many Latvians, the Latvian riflemen, went there with all their hearts protecting Lenin because they thought this would be a new regime that would give them more freedom than they had under the Tsars. They got rewarded for their pains by getting shot in the back of the head in 1937 and 1938. Faithful Bolsheviks that they were, and remaining in the Soviet Union after even their native land, Latvia, had become independent, they decided it was a bourgeois land that they didn't want any part of, and for their pains they got shot and got buried in mass graves. And not just those who had been the riflemen, but those who played theater. There was Prometheus Theater in Moscow for Latvians in exile. They had publishing house, they had cultural activities, and they were either shot or sent to Siberia at the time, because Stalin himself, not being Russian, by the way, Stalin was a Georgian. And around him were people, Khrushchev, who came after him, is a Ukrainian. It was not a Russian-only empire. Russia was at its center. The empire in its propaganda appealed to Russian patriotism and Russian pride as saying, we the Russians have all this power, but actually it was a collective thing. And it was an empire where, by force of propaganda, Russians were increasingly convinced that they alone were sort of, well, in a system where everybody was equal, some were more equal than others, and those were the Russians. I was really struck at the last Munich conference for defense and security. Mr. Lavrov made a speech, which I must say was not that well received by the audience. Mr. Lavrov had the nerve to quote Orwell's Animal Farm, and to quote that famous phrase, which is often applied to him and to his president, with the idea that, Orwell says all animals are created equal, but some are more equal than others. That is what was applied both in Soviet times, and you could say even today, both to the Soviet Union and to the Russian Federation, where after all you have Chukchis, you have Ingushetins and all sorts of different nationalities. It is a federation after all. It's not a mono-ethnic entity, as hardly any countries in the world today. Very few are mono-ethnic, most are multilingual, multi-ethnic, and so forth, united by customs, by history, by political system, by language. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so we have now a Europe that is faced with what it calls its neighborhood, and some, you will hear later on today, will say that trying to have a neighborhood policy is nonsense by itself, because we should be concerned about our affairs alone and only look after them. That's one sort of position that one sometimes hears. The other position is the following. We have a problem in Lampedusa, we have a problem in Italy, we have a problem in Greece, we have a problem, a humanitarian grave crisis of people drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, just as they were drowning in 1944 and early 1945 in the Baltic Sea, by the way. Many drowned. My family left on the next to last ship that was not struck by torpedoes and that was not sunk, of refugees trying to leave the country and going west, wherever. My parents were ready to go wherever it was, just west and away from the Red Army. So you see, there are these unsung and unremembered deaths that those who were concerned remembered, but much of the rest of Europe doesn't know about this. But we do have now a real, genuine human tragedy on the very doorsteps of the south of Europe. And Europe obviously has to react to it. What is happening is not a failure of immigration policy, because what is happening is not immigration as a normal process, which we know is controlled in every country in the world in various ways, in various manners. What we have is a humanitarian crisis where people are coming from places where they feel threatened, where they feel they are not sure of their safety, and they're ready to risk their lives to go anywhere, whatever. They have heard that Europe is a safe haven. So that is a problem to be solved, and frankly, just as the refugees from Eastern Europe were taken over by the International Refugee Organization, when I hear people say it's a problem of European immigration that is creating the humanitarian problem, it is not. It's an international problem. One is surprised to see that the United Nations is much more involved in intervening here. This situation where some say, well, in order to solve it, we have to put Africa in order. That is a tall order, precisely. Africa has 52 countries of very different levels of conviction, of development, of stability, of governance, and of readiness to be put in order by somebody else. I think that they have tried various, they have had colonizers, they have had their own powers, and they have had their own difficulties, and continue to have them in many countries. How is Africa to be put in order by Europe? I don't quite see how that can practically be done. That the immediate shores of the Mediterranean are of particular interest to Europeans, and that Europeans should have relations, significant bilateral relations with all the countries involved, and to help them both internally in their own development and in the flow of refugees, or what is becoming actually a slave trade, a modern slave trade, where millions are being made for commercial interests by criminal gangs, by criminal slave traders, and the more they can transfer their goods, their merchandise, their human merchandise into Europe, the more profit they make. And this cannot be encouraged. One has to see how one cut that evil at its root, and how to get help in North Africa and in the Middle East to stem this bleeding of populations from the various parts and to stop the conflicts. For Eastern Europe, the curious situation is that we have neighbors who are our neighbors, and we have neighbors who are also Russia's neighbors. And then the question becomes, whose neighbor are they? Whom do they belong to? I have had discussions with President Putin in the days when we occasionally had occasions to talk, and he kept talking about the neighborhood of Russia and Russia's special entitlement and special privilege in determining how these countries should be governed, what their foreign policy should be, what their defense policy should be, what their commercial relations should be. And I told him, it rather sounds to me like a colonial approach to have the misfortune and geographically being at the proximity of what used to be a great power and now is a power that is considerably diminished, even though for very many years it was receiving a great deal for its natural resources and wasn't exactly poor, quite the contrary, and has rebuilt its military machinery on that basis. So when Russia says Ukrainians, and I can tell you textually that I have talked to Western European presidents who had just talked to President Putin, who would repeat me textually 8 years ago. What we now hear on Russian television or radio, that frankly, Ukraine, there's no such thing as Ukrainians. They're really another kind of Russian. They never should have been independent because they belong to Russia. Besides, they don't know how to govern themselves. They're really too stupid. We taught them enlightenment and reading and everything else. And forgetting that Kievan Rus was a center of Byzantine culture and of learning and civilization when Moscow was still a muddy village and what is now St. Petersburg was still a mosquito-infested swamp, absolutely uninhabited. But there we have a certain rewriting of history which sort of turns the things around, and we have seen on Latvian television interviews with people saying, Crimeans saying, we brought them, we made them, we alphabetized them, we taught them how to read and write, we brought light to them, and they're so ungrateful, they want to be independent. And the question then is, how does Europe react to this? When we tried to become members of the European Union and of NATO in the early years of my presidency, I often heard the statement, both from America and from Europe, well, on the whole, if you meet the criteria for accession, of course, on principle, we would accept you, but we are not sure whether we should do it politically because Russia may be annoyed. Why would Russia be annoyed? Well, because you come close to its borders. You are on its borders. So we are a cordon sanitaire around Russia. But the question is, the cordon sanitaire around Russia is the very same countries that are the cordon sanitaire for Europe. And the question is, do we care about what is happening there? Do we have, first of all, we have problems with our own solidarity, but do we have any sense of sympathy or solidarity for nations who wish to chart their own destiny, to choose their own course, to decide who their allies are, to remain neutral if need be? In other words, to truly enjoy the privileges that nationhood normally confers on its citizens? Or are we to look at them as colonies of the Russian Federation because at some time they had been conquered either by the Tsarist Empire or by the Soviet Union, which was not Russia? When Latvia signed its peace treaty in 1920, at the end of the finally securing our territory in 1920, we signed it with the Russian Federation. The Soviet Union was not yet born. And when we signed a new agreement that they renounce all pretensions to Latvian territory under President Yeltsin, it was the Russian Federation that signed the papers again, for which I had the privilege of pinning the decoration of the 3 stars on the chest of Mr. Yeltsin, albeit a few years after he had received it, because Mr. Putin wouldn't let him come to Latvia at first, and towards the end of his life he said, forget it, I'm going and I'm taking this decoration. So, your neighbor or my neighbor? Is it my fate or your fate? Or is it the fate of the people concerned? I think it's all three. I think that we have to be concerned about who are our neighbors, because they impact on us most directly. But yes, somebody said the neighbors of our neighbors, because they influence them too. That is true enough. The refugees who come from Libya are not all Libyans. They're Somalis, they're Nigerians, and so on. So the neighbors of Libya, it's not just Libya, but the neighbors of Libya who concern us. Similarly in the East. But I think what we should realize is that when Europe thinks of its neighborhood policy, it is a policy of relations between sovereign nations with mutual respect and mutual agreement. It is not a relation of colonizing. It is not a relation of spheres of influence or Monroe doctrines, if you like, in the new guise, where a certain group of countries or a certain power imposes its will on others at the expense of the sovereignty and the free will of the other people. I think that is a crucial question. The challenge is not an easy one. I don't envy my successors in my job in Latvia or anywhere else in the world. But us, we in the Club de Madrid, you see, we are people who have been through the mill. We have made the transition to democracy in our time. We have seen that it can be done. The Club de Madrid, for instance, as in its small way, stands ready to assist any country anywhere, neighbor or not of Europe, because they come from all parts of the world, where there have been transitions to democracy, ready to help them if they wish to find a way of governance that is closer to what Europe has chosen: rule of law, civil liberties, right of assembly, right of expression, freedom of the press, independent justice system, the whole list, the to-do list of what we consider democratic countries. If they are ready to accept help, the Club de Madrid goes there. We do not parachute into countries where the leaders do not want us. We do not agitate for change of regime. We talk to people and we discuss with them and advise them if they feel, or we share our experience mostly. Many countries, I think, neighbors of Europe, would be quite happy to share experiences with the Europeans, both south and east and north and west. Europe is a very checkered country, very diverse in its history and its past. I think they'd like to be treated with respect for their own entity, for their independence and for their sovereignty. If Europe can find ways to do that with its neighbors near and far, I think then it would have gone a long way towards helping the world to get better and in the process to overcome its own internal difficulties and dissensions, because hopefully it will be mobilized by problems that are even graver elsewhere in the world. And I wish everybody, all of us, luck in that endeavor. We'll have to work hard.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President is prepared to take a couple of questions from the floor, so please. Anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam President, you've alluded to the current crisis which is facing the African continent. Myself, coming from Africa, South Africa in particular, and experiencing the challenges that my continent, my own people are experiencing, dying every day, and in the dungeons of the sea, trying to save themselves from the challenges that are facing their own countries and the continent. Europe, some leaders in Europe have different approach to the challenge. Others are saying that it's a collective responsibility that we have to embrace and find a way, because we're endowed, we're much more in an advantage with regard to the resources. Even some are saying that, and then nothing giving. And we cannot allow these people to come to our own countries. And forgetting completely that Europe, some parts of Europe are where they are because of the resources that are coming from that continent. And digging the golds and platinums and various other resources from that continent, which remained underdeveloped. And the people now are actually following and their resources. And some governments are saying no, they are not accepting them. And people are sleeping in the streets, and which is completely inhumane. My point is, what kind of strategy that we need to come up with from both sides? Because it's supposed to be a collective responsibility. I agree entirely with you that Africa has to find a way of dealing with this, but Europe must also find a way of dealing with it so that both hands join and to try and save the situation, because it is a real difficult situation that is facing the world. Many people are dying in front of us. I thank you.
Is this on? No. Thank you very much for this remark. The situation, it is on. Oh, doesn't work. Try another one.
Hello.
As I was mentioning, during my childhood, the 7 million who arrived in the country like West Germany, which was completely destroyed, many cities completely wiped off the face of the earth. I saw Hamburg after the war. There was nothing left of Hamburg but ruin. The camps were established for refugees. I started school rather late. I was nearly 8 years old when I was able to start a very primitive school that Latvian refugees established in the camp on their own initiative, and at the beginning against the resistance of the British occupying forces in that part of Germany. What we are having is criminals, criminal gangs, engaging in a new slave trade by milking money from desperate people and then not caring what happens to them after they get on the boats. One sometimes wonders whether they sink the boats deliberately or whether they actually capsized accidentally. Because you see, they just get a new boat full, more money, and it's becoming as profitable as the drug trade, the illegal drug trade, which also comes across the Sahara and across the Mediterranean. And I do think that there is an international need for intervention already in countries like Libya. And Libya is, of course, in a poor situation, but at least that part of Libya, which has been recognized by the rest of the world, or countries, neighboring countries like Algeria and like Morocco, which have been stable at least for a while, and certainly Morocco has been for a long time, the need to establish temporary camps where people can be then processed and transported in a humane and secure way to wherever they are going. When I was in the refugee camps, my parents had representatives coming from Venezuela, from Argentina, from Brazil, from Australia, from Pakistan, from Morocco, offering to take refugees. And because Europe said they did not have room for refugees. Europe was destroyed by the war. It was in bad shape. Great Britain, as a victor, still had food coupons for several years and currency restrictions after the war. Europe was not in a shape to be receiving immigrants. Greece today, I'm told by some persons from Greece that Greece has people sleeping on the streets and looking for food in the garbage because of the crisis, the economic crisis that hit the country. Greece is clearly not in a very good position to be receiving hundreds of thousands of new immigrants and giving them social services. So we really have to have a solidarity movement here across Europe for sure, but also I think involving the African Union in the process. But one would hope that the United Nations would also participate because, as I say, in my childhood, the refugees of Europe itself were accepted by, say, many countries in South America. They were accepted in Australia. They were accepted in New Zealand. So it is not just Europe that should be, the only goal of these persons. It happens to be the closest and physically closest. But in terms of permanent settlement and the chance for a future life and prosperity for these people and insertion into their new milieu, I really am disappointed to see that the International Refugee Organization, under which I grew up, that it's been so passive and that we have not heard from it.
One more question. Everybody shy? Well, maybe you're all waiting for coffee. Well, we'll have a coffee break, but only 20 minutes, please, and then please come back. Could I have your attention, please, with those who are not yet seated? Could they please take their seats? As you may see, we are not yet, we haven't, Mr. Bernardino Leon is on his way, but not here yet. But I thought we would not hold up the event, and we would start with Mr. Pierre Vimont. As you probably know, Mr. Vimont has been Secretary General of the External Action Service for a number of years, and has had a very distinguished career in the French Foreign Service. And he brings a wealth of experience, and I suspect also some insights into the issues that we're discussing today. And without further ado, I would like to turn over the microphone to Mr. Vimont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Muchas gracias. Me parece que mi español se va a acabar aquí porque me
I think that's the end of my Spanish, because I'm sorry, but I'm not used to practicing it.
The streets of Mexico City, so it's not all that sophisticated as yours. Many thanks for inviting me, and I was thrilled, and I'm still thrilled to be able to have the chance of meeting again my old friend Bernardino Leon, but I see that it's, as always, rather complicated to see each other. My intention, if I understand well what you were expecting from Bernardino and myself, is to give you a more overall picture about the neighborhood policy, and to leave it to the real experts later on to discuss Eastern Partnership and Southern Neighborhood. As usual with diplomats, you don't ask them to be intelligent or sophisticated, you ask them to be polite, as it was said in my foreign ministry, and to try to give you some broad picture of what is going on at the moment. And this is exactly what I would like to do, maybe in trying to answer three types of observation. The first one would be about the neighborhood policy itself. Should we keep it as such? And what is going on at the moment that puts this question, a very relevant question, right there in the table on the table of negotiations. The second question, I think, would be if we keep the neighborhood policy, and I personally think we should keep it, then what kind of adaptation should we try to do? And I guess the third question, a more global question, would be how should we deal with this neighborhood policy? In what kind of new state of mindset should we try to do it? And I'll try to be as brief as possible in order to allow for question and for interaction between us. But let me give you briefly my observation about this. On the first question, should we keep the neighborhood policy as it stands at the moment? And there, I think if we look at the reality as it stands today, it is quite striking to see some important contradiction, I would say, in the neighborhood policy as it stands. The first one maybe was there right from the beginning, at least with Eastern Partnership. Because if you look at the way we have proceeded with Eastern Partnership right from the beginning, you remember the catchphrase from Romano Prodi, Eastern Partnership is everything but institutions. The reality is that Brussels and the whole Brussels system has looked at and shaped, to a large extent, the neighborhood policy and the Eastern Partnership as the traditional accession process, but without accession at the end of the day. If you look at many of the instruments that are being implemented, they are very much about taking on board for these Eastern partners the acquis communautaire, as we used to say when we're dealing with the accession process. But once again, the goal, the final goal, is not there. And you know that at the moment, like in many other occasions, as soon as we start discussing among member states whether we were 15 a few years ago or whether we are 28 as today. As soon as we start discussing the very hot issue of possible accession for some of these countries, then the division is wide. And once again, as we are approaching the Riga summit, we hear again in Coreper or in foreign ministers' meeting the whole question about what kind of word will we find to bridge the gap between the different countries. So I think the contradiction is there, and we will have to deal with this. The second contradiction I see also is that in spite of this policy that we want to be as a single policy for all of them, it is very obvious that even as we speak about putting in more differentiation inside this neighborhood policy, the reality is that it is there already on the ground. If you look at the Eastern Partnership, you can very well detect now at least two categories of countries, those that have now association agreement and those that don't have. And even if you dig a little bit deeper, you will see that each and every one of the members of this Eastern Partnership has its own reality, its own problem, its own concern, its own goals. Quite different between Azerbaijan and Armenia, of course, and we know that. Moldova is not Georgia, Georgia is not Ukraine, so on and so forth. And if you look at the southern neighborhood, one could say that the difference between North African countries, the Maghreb countries, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia on one side, and more or less all the other ones, being Egypt, Jordan, Syria, whatsoever, there is also large differences. They're not looking at the same integration among themselves. You know, Tunisia wants a very close integration with the European Union. Egypt is not in that state of mind. Syria, of course, is presently in chaos, and we don't know much what will come out of this, so they're somewhat left on the side. So even as we are talking about putting more differentiation into that neighborhood policy, the reality has been running fast ahead of us, and that we're only, in fact, trying to catch up with what is going on. And I think the third reality we're witnessing on the ground, which may be less of a contradiction, that's something that we hadn't really dealt with in the past, was, of course, the whole security issue. Our neighborhood is in fire today, and we all know that, whether it be on the east, because of Russian intervention in Crimea and in eastern Ukraine. Southern neighborhood, it's not even necessary to go to be too long on this. Apart from Tunisia, Algeria and Morocco, nearly all other countries are going through strong difficulties, sometimes high-intensity conflict, like in Libya and Syria. Lebanon is still in a very weak situation, no president now for the last year or so. And one can see that if you look at each one of these countries, security has become the main issue. And that by a way or another, I'll come back to that in a second, we will need to look more into this challenge than we have done in the past. Having said that, and that would be, I would say, the negative side, reality has also some positive side. The first one, and it seems to me the most important one, as we have been discussing and consulting about the review of the neighborhood policy, it's quite obvious from both sides. As southern neighborhood foreign ministers met recently in Barcelona, or as the Eastern Partners foreign ministers met recently in Luxembourg to discuss the future of the neighborhood policy, there seems to have been a broad agreement among all of them that they wanted to keep that policy, maybe using it in a different way, shaping it differently. But that idea that the neighborhood still has to remain a major and should remain a major asset for the European Union, and that it should have its own way of being dealt with, contrary to other partners, I think is very much there. Secondly, in spite of the self-flagellation that we enjoy so much and self-criticism that we enjoy so much among Europeans, neighborhood policy has had already some result, and some sort of regional fulfillment and realization has appeared. More trade among some of these partners inside the Eastern Partnership. You will hear certainly more about this afternoon with experts. Some efforts also in the southern neighborhood to see how they could work closer together, even if it's still very much complicated today to do this all together. So I think we all agree that there is a logic in the neighborhood policy that is still there and that has to remain. And I welcome also Bernardino being there and seeing him after a long time. So that would be, I think, the attempt to make an assessment of where we stand today with the neighborhood policy. If we all agree on these different observations I made, then the question becomes, how should we adapt the neighborhood policy in the future? I think one thing that has come out of the many debates that have taken place recently with our partners in the neighborhood policy is that they would like to have maybe a different state of mind when we deal all together with the neighborhood policy. In other words, they would like to be more partners and to build up a real partnership between them and the European Union. Let's be honest, there's no surprise to that. The European Union has had this tendency through the many years that it has been building up its different foreign policies to live very much in its bubble, to impose upon its partners what it thought was good for them, to not listen all too often to what they were asking for, and to be very much in this relationship of giving but not listening, and sometimes even maybe lecturing a bit too much about all this. And I think this idea that maybe we should try maybe to listen a little bit more and try to have more tailor-made policies adapted to what our neighbors are asking for is something we need to reflect as we're trying to review and revisit this policy. I think, secondly, what we need maybe to do is to some extent be bold enough to clarify a little bit what is the context of this neighborhood policy. And there, it's mostly dealing with Eastern Partnership and the whole issue of accession I was talking about a few minutes ago. You heard this morning Minister Mendes de Vigo saying that accession was out of the picture and didn't need to be discussed. Of course, that's one point of view among member states, but I can tell you that among others, this is certainly not their own position. And how to bridge the gap between the two, and how to some extent reassure our partners from the Eastern group. I think one way of doing that is to clarify a little bit the issue for the time being. Surprisingly, I must say, and I don't know if you would agree with this, but when Jean-Claude Juncker, starting his new commission, stated right at the beginning that for him there would be no enlargement for the time being and for the time of his presidency, meaning the next 5 years, at least it was clear. It didn't close the door, but it said very publicly that for the time being, for the many reasons we all know, a little bit of accession fatigue among member states, difficulties with some of them in admitting that we will have to come back into this in the near future, negotiations ongoing with the Western Balkan countries, and some of them have already started the accession process, others will do so in some time. I think for all these reasons, to keep on clarifying how we see the next steps about accession, and more than anything else maybe, to admit that at some point the 28 member states will have to discuss among themselves how they see the future of their union, the future of their borders, external borders, is something that seems to me rather of a common sense attitude, and something therefore that could be accepted by all if only we underline this openly and not try to hide the reality and the difficulties we're facing. Once again, I know this is a very sensitive issue and one that is always difficult to handle, and that all hot potatoes that the 28 member states are facing, they always have this tendency to put it under the carpet and try to avoid discussing it. I think at some point they have to be responsible enough to accept the fact that they have to discuss this among themselves. Even if they can't find a solution immediately, the simple fact that they're not trying to hide away from it would be already a good point. Third issue, I think it's about differentiation. And there, I think we need also to ask some of the great questions, the elephant in the room, that we are sometimes fearful to handle. The first one, I think, is about the southern neighborhood and eastern partnership. I have no answer to that, but it seems to me that we should have at least the honesty of putting the question on the table. With so much differences appearing on the Eastern Partnership side and on the Southern Neighborhood side, with events unfolding, dramatic events unfolding in Ukraine, as we have seen, with the dramatic events we are seeing at the moment in Libya, and Bernardino can certainly talk much more than I could do about this, or in Syria, or to some extent in the neighborhood countries like Iraq, with the pressure still existing in many of these other southern countries. The question one can ask is does it make still any sense to have these two groups sticking together in the same single neighborhood policy? Of course, we know why we did it. At the time, it was about money, first of all. How do you share the allocation of the neighborhood financial resources between the two groups? Secondly, it had a lot to do at the time with the Eastern partners and the member states inside the European Union that are, of course, the most interested in Eastern partnership, feeling that if nothing was done, all the attention would be captured by the southern neighborhood. I think with what has happened recently in Ukraine, they shouldn't be afraid about that. You know, now nearly in every Foreign Affairs Council, Ukraine and our Russian policy is on the agenda, and it will stay like that, I think, for many months and maybe even a few years ahead of us. So it seems to me that we should be reasonable enough maybe to ask ourselves the question, should we now try to have a policy related to Eastern Partnership and one related to Southern Neighborhood that would be somewhat more different than they are today? That doesn't mean that we shouldn't have meetings with all them together, but mind you, having those meetings with 28 member states on one side and 20 more partners on the other side is not usually the best way to have a really solid and serious discussion. So let's think about it. But to use stronger differentiation between South and East must be at least a question that we should ask ourselves. Second idea, of course, is a more flexible approach. And if we go for that, I think we need to accept the fact that we should invent new instruments that are more suited and more tailor-made to the realities on the ground among these different partners of the neighborhood policy. It goes for trade, it goes for mobility, it goes for the whole issue of helping this country to build up state capacities. It goes for economic modernization for each and every one of them. It goes also for security. I was discussing or mentioning a few minutes ago. If we want to go for that, we need to adapt our instruments to what every country needs. And mind you, once again, what Georgia may want in terms of security will certainly not what Ukraine wants at the moment. Ukraine, as you know, for the time being, is pleading for a European Union peacekeeping force. I'm not sure we can do that, but at least this is on the table and we have to discuss it. Georgia is somewhat different. There we have a monitoring mission and we can keep it and should keep it, in my opinion, and we should try to help them in moving ahead with the Geneva discussion as they have been going on now for some time. It's a different world, and we could go on, and certainly on Libya, which is very much in the forefront of events today. this would be even something different. Last point I think about the kind of adaptation we need to make with the neighborhood policy is the whole issue of neighbors of neighbors. And there, of course, comes up the whole issue, first of all, of our relationship with Russia, first of all. How do we deal with Russia? How do we set up a new Russian policy, one that has to show at the same time strong firmness, to keep on repeating a condemnation of what has been happening in Crimea, what is happening at the moment in eastern Ukraine, to be very strict and rigorous on the need to have a solid and serious implementation of the Minsk II agreement that was brokered by Chancellor Merkel and President Hollande, and not to deviate from that if we want to be able at the same time to say that we will be ready as time goes by, and if these agreements are respected, to go for new possibilities of dialogue with Russia. Now we have to be aware that the difficulty there is that what we're witnessing at the moment is two complete different narratives in Moscow on one side and in the European Union on the other side. On Moscow, the trend at the moment is that the European Union is a sort of stooge playing for the United States and working for some sort of encirclement of Russia, reducing its influence in its neighborhood countries, and trying to destabilize the regime in Moscow. And of course, for the European Union, it's all about how to build up our neighborhood, as you all know. I won't go into details. How do you manage to dispel misunderstanding, lack of communication at this moment between the two sides is something on which I think we need to come back and discuss more among ourselves. Last point I wanted very briefly to discuss, but I've been all too long, is how to have the right mindset with this need to adapt our neighborhood policy and how to move ahead. I would just give you maybe 3 or 4 remarks. The first one, I think, is about priorities. One of the problems we're facing with the common foreign and security policy at the moment in Europe is we have too many things on our plate. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be ready, of course, to reach out to Asia, to Latin America, and to others. But I think definitely the priority for the European Union is the neighborhood policy. It's our neighborhood. Because these are the countries that are closest to us. These are the countries that are facing the most urgent challenges and the most complicated issue. And I think we need to, and I'm not saying that because we're discussing that today, we need to be convinced, all of us, that this is really where we need to act and where we need to put our act together. It's a very simple idea, but I'm not so sure that we have yet taken this on board, all of us at the moment, as we are facing the challenges we're facing in south and eastern side of our borders. Second thing, if you allow me, I think we need to be more creative and to show more imagination as we move ahead. It's not only about trying to change the bad habit inside the Brussels system of looking also for the usual processes and moving ahead as they stand. So therefore, having process-led policies that sometimes are not adapted to the reality. It's about being much more imaginative and much more creative when we deal, for instance, with trade. We have this DCFTA instrument. Even inside DG Trade, you have some of my former colleagues who would admit that they're not all that best suited for the reality of the economy in many of the Eastern partners countries, and that we should maybe start thinking about being more open to adapting our DCFTA to the reality there. It's about the whole issue of whether we want to discuss with Russia or not about the Eurasian Economic Union. the present trend in Brussels from all officials is that there's no use in discussing it because we have totally different views, and therefore there's no need to discuss because we'll go nowhere. I mean, if we applied that rule to all the diplomatic issues we've been dealing with in the last few years, we'll go nowhere. Diplomacy is when you have no possibility or no perspective of a solution, and Bernardino knows that better than anyone with regard to Libya. You have to come back and start again and go ahead and try to find new ideas about how to move ahead. I think this is really what we need with neighborhood policy. Let me give you another example. We're talking about neighbors of the neighbors, and we know that this new concept will mean at some point that between the Maghreb countries and the countries in the Sahel, or even south of the Sahel, we will need to bring them together and coordinate the programs that we're doing there. The first reaction of some of my colleagues in Brussels was to tell me at the time, we can't do it, because financial resources for Mediterranean come from a different fund than the financial resources for Africa, the European Development Funds. So we can't match, it's no way. And I was telling them, listen, we're not going to stop any idea of coordination between these two groups because our financial resources at the moment don't match. We have to find a way of overcoming that difficulty. And time and again, we're facing that type of problem. In terms of security, when we're talking about Europe being a security provider, let's be creative and also in the type of proposals we can put on the table to our colleagues and to our partners in the neighborhood policy, whether it be security sector reform, police reform, judicial system, whether it be helping them to improve their armed forces, so on and so forth. It's not only about either soft power or hard power. It can be something in between. I think Joseph Nye had invented the term smart power. Let's be smart for once, and let's try to move ahead. And the last point, and I will be very short on that one, but just to make your minds boggle a little bit, I think we need to think global. We need to think global because we just can't stay stuck in looking at the intricacies of the neighborhood policy. We have to open our mind to what is happening at the moment. Let me just put there two ideas. First one is about the European Union itself. We are in fact living a very interesting time and very interesting moments with the European Union. It's not only about the fact that many of our policies are up to revision and review at the moment, whether it be the neighborhood policy. Think about our relationship with the ACP countries and the Cotonou Agreement that is coming for renewal and for, I guess, a revisiting process. But think about energy. Think about migration. We were discussing this a few moments ago. Think about climate change. Think about the whole issue, as I was saying a few minutes ago, about new membership and what may happen. Think about the Brexit, the whole issue of Great Britain. Think about Greece. If negotiations we're having with Greece today, with Great Britain tomorrow, do not work and we can't find a way out, the European Union will start having a totally different shape of what it is today. For the first time, we will see a member states coming out, a member of the Eurozone coming out. I hope this will not happen. But let's take this into account. We're discussing with our partners from the outside, from outside of the European Union, about a European Union that is changing, that is moving, that needs to change, that needs to bring in more flexibility, that needs to think, as I was saying before, about its external border, and I think this is important. But we're talking also about a global world that is moving very quickly and changing a lot. And when we're talking about the neighborhood policy, about the neighbors of our neighbor, think about Central Asia, we can't disregard the fact that when we're looking at this, we need to connect this with what's happening not only in a country, for instance, like Turkey, but what's happening now with the whole line of countries after Turkey. Iran, India, Pakistan, and of course China that is moving there. And if we don't take that on board, we're missing something. In other words, what I'm saying is that if we want the European Union to have a real, genuine, solid, serious foreign policy, it needs to play global. It needs to be a real geopolitical actor and behave as such. Because if it doesn't do it, I think it will miss, really, a great opportunity of remaining a global player in this global world. I've been quite too long, and I apologize, but I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Lima, for your interesting comments. And now, without further ado, I will turn the microphone over to Benedict Leon, who, as you know, is the UN envoy for Libya. And I might say he's had a very interesting career in the Spanish Foreign Service, taking up very high positions within that service. So please, Mr. Leon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with Pierre, whom I consider really a maestro of diplomacy, and I learned I was privileged to work with him for 3 years in a very challenging time. Thanks also to the organizers of this meeting, the Latvian Embassy, Instituto Elcano and Club of Madrid. It's a pleasure to be back to Madrid. Sorry for being late. I was in a meeting with Prince Idris, one of the interesting political actors in Libya, and the meeting went too long. Just very briefly, because I think what is important, I see a lot of interesting people sitting that side of the table, so I think we will all gain a lot if there is a good debate, a good exchange between us. So I will just kick off the debate with some general ideas. You all remember that in 1995 we started to work with the Barcelona process, and the idea was to try to influence the Mediterranean region from Europe, to try to create shared values and an area of prosperity and stability. This was the origin, the main ideas and the main goals behind the Barcelona process that went through the European neighborhood policy in a more detailed way. And obviously, if we look around in the Mediterranean region today, we don't see many values that we can share. We don't see an area of prosperity, and we don't see stability. Of course, we cannot blame Europe for this. We are all aware that the problems that the region is facing goes well beyond the possibilities that Europe could have to address and to propose solutions for these problems. I think foreign policy is a conversation. It's a conversation between two interlocutors. And clearly, if we imagine a conversation in the way that Habermas does, as building consensus between two parties, we can all agree that if these two parts of the conversation, the European Union and the southern Mediterranean region, I will dwell on the southern Mediterranean more than in the eastern region, both are in a deep crisis. Europe has been going through these financial and political crises for years, and the southern neighborhood is now looking for a new identity which for the moment they cannot find. And if both interlocutors are in crisis, in a deep crisis, it is difficult to imagine that they can reach easily this consensus that this conversation should produce. However, the challenge is a huge challenge, and I am afraid that the European Union cannot afford not finding solutions for this problem. It is really an existential problem for Europe. If we think how the Americas or the Asians have managed to create a south-north or north-south link where politically they came to terms with their differences, each one respect each other, the identity problems are not or don't seem to be as complicated as in our case. You have formidable economic progress and production and this direction between the North America, Mexico, Canada, the United States, Central America, South America, Brazil, and the other Latin American countries, or Asia. Obviously, we don't have this situation in Europe, and Europe is really risking becoming this huge museum, as the Chinese sometimes put it, because we still refuse to find solutions for this, and I used deliberately the verb refuse, because for many of these problems, for instance, the identity problem, it is a decision that we have to take. If you take, is a well-known example, the list of Nobel Prizes of the United States, and you see how many names in this list of Nobel Prizes are migrants, people who were not born in the United States, while we are still debating in Europe whether migration is good, is not good. We have a real problem, and this is only the Europeans to be blamed. We have to solve this identity problem, in our case, I'm talking about the Europeans, if we want to try to work with the southern and the eastern neighbors in order to find solutions for this existential challenge. For Europe, the political problem is how to influence the region, because, as I said, we need this stability. We need these political systems, if not to become perfect democracies, because this cannot happen. We know all the limitations that exist at the moment, but at least to push the political situation to the best possible, and we are far from this at the moment. The economic challenge is also huge, because we need to not only to work for the rich countries in the region to become more able to distribute their wealth. One of the main problems that countries like Algeria or Libya are facing is that they are incredibly rich, but at the same time their societies are incredibly poor. And, they are learning of the lessons of the past, but obviously this was at the origin of the Algerian war in the 90s, and now they are trying to improve with more distribution of wealth, but Libya is a clear case of lack of this distribution of wealth. The countries that are not rich, Tunisia, Egypt, are facing even more complicated problems, and Europe needs to influence also things there, and the only way to do it is through more financial cooperation. Europe could do it. We all know that we have serious problems. We all know that Europe cannot show the strength it showed in the past, but still Europe can do a lot, much more than what is doing at the moment. And the security, number 3, I mentioned the political and the economic. Number 3, the security challenge is equally requires much more engagement of Europe. Definitely Europe can do more, because first of all we are facing what sometimes we call a real clash of civilizations in the region. But this is not north-south. It is the internal clash of civilizations between those who are called the Islamists, and obviously it's more complex than that, and those who are called the liberals, which obviously is more complex than that. But these two groups that are fighting everywhere in the region are actors that are not well understood in Europe, with whom Europe has not developed deep relations. We still have to learn about them and have a strategy to work with them separately and then to work with them together. Of course, terrorism is becoming a more serious problem in the region, and the same thing, I don't like to include migration only as a security problem, but obviously it has a very strong security dimension if we think that migration is not only a phenomenon of people traveling, but also is a phenomenon of mafias that are really challenging and threatening our values. So the neighborhood policy is really in a deep crisis. And it's not surprising that the April European Council asked a deep revision, a deep review of the European neighborhood policy, and that now Federica Mogherini and the Commission are starting to think how to address this crisis. The Europeans will need really to work hard to propose a new policy that will work. Many people said Barcelona was a very political, but maybe too political instrument without real tools of transformation. This is why we went to the other extreme, to the European neighborhood policy, a lot of tools. It was an excellent set of tools, very detailed, with all this set of agreements, instruments, financial programs, but then maybe we went too strongly to the micro approach and we forgot the macro. So maybe we should go back to a more balanced proposal in which we have the strong political orientation Barcelona had with the right tools to do it. I think, as Pierre has very wisely talked about creativity and imagination, he knows very well, as I do, that it's a resource which is really lacking in Brussels. In other words, our approach has been too bureaucratic, and this has to change. This needs to change. If we remain bureaucratic, we lose sight of all these problems we have to face in the region. Let me give you an example of one of these crises, the one about Libya, because it's very paradigmatic. gives us, it has all the elements of the challenges that Europe is facing in the region. We, first of all, didn't anticipate the Gaddafi fall and the war in Libya, same as the rest of the international community. I'm not saying that Europe here made a mistake that others didn't do, but I think Europe was closer and Europe had more possibilities to anticipate this crisis. Unfortunately, some very important politicians at the time had strong links with the regime, and I think our lack of understanding of that crisis was a mix of not understanding the Libyan society and not wanting to understand the changes and the transformation that was taking place in the country. We then failed to understand deeply the actors that were leading this revolution. Should we have done so, we could have seen that while the actors in the eastern part of the country, mainly in Benghazi, the ones that were dealing more with the international community were people quite modern, quite open-minded, quite Western, if I can say so. At the same time, we had two groups going exactly in opposite directions. We had the Islamists led by the Muslim Brotherhood in Tripoli and in Misrata taking the lead, and already during the revolution preparing a strong sense of power. And we had the eastern tribes, I'm talking not about Benghazi but other areas in the country, trying to go back to the traditional power basis for Libya. If we had understood this, we could have stayed in the region, but we didn't. Or in Libya. We left after 2011. We thought that the Libyans might be able to face all these challenges together and create a joint project of society, but this didn't happen. Oil was flowing, migration was relatively controlled, so we thought that things were going in the right direction, but obviously we woke up, while the Libyans woke up about a year ago, to realize that the problems are really deep, and now Europe is trying to address a situation from a really difficult position, because now the crisis is really deep, and the problems, as you know very well, are this migration crisis that really hits our consciences. The oil stopped to flow to Europe. Oil production has dropped dramatically in Libya. From a security point of view, we are still trying, and when I say we, I mean the European Union and the United Nations, because here we work as a team, trying to find solutions for these two camps, which are completely fragmented, to work together, while at the same time Daesh is becoming a very important actor in Libya, able to seize a city like Sirte, a relatively big city, and to threat from Libya, European countries. I don't have to tell you how close Libya is to Malta or to Italy. It's a very serious threat, and we have to take this very seriously. The question I think Europeans and the international community should pose is, can we continue to address these hard, if I can call them this way, challenges with a soft policy? I think it's obvious that the answer is no. This region doesn't need anymore a soft policy to produce transformation in the long run, because this is not anymore the region we thought it was. We need hard policy. We need tough decisions if we want to address these challenges. And I think I completely share the list, the to-do list that Pierre has proposed in terms of instruments, in terms of financial support, in terms of flexibility, creativity. But I think we also have to be aware that Europe cannot do everything at the same time. We have a very complex region. I think the challenges we're facing in the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, even in Yemen, are going to be very long-term challenges. This will require very strong engagement of the regional actors that have to come to terms. Unfortunately, when we see the recent cooperation between Saudi Arabia and Turkey, it seems that the regional actors are understanding that they have to come to terms on this crisis. Europe should work with them and should strongly coordinate its action to stabilize this crisis, but this is going to take time. This is not going to be solved in 1 or 2 or 3 years. The Egyptian and Libyan crisis might be a medium-term crisis. I think Libya, with all the difficulties, is more doable than the other crises in the region. The society is more homogeneous. The religious divisions are not so deep. You don't have the Shia-Sunni problem. You don't have Iran as a key actor in Libya. Iran and the Sunni powers are fighting, obviously, in Syria or in Iraq or in Yemen, but are not fighting in Libya. And this is good news for the European Union. And I would say that the Maghreb is and can be the success story in the region. And this is something that Europe should not forget. We should not take for granted Tunisia. We should not take for granted Morocco or Algeria. These countries are facing important challenges too. To some extent, the clash of civilizations is still there. They have been successful in addressing the main challenges in Morocco and in Algeria with different strategies, but we need to support them, and we need to support strongly Tunisia. If what we are going to offer Tunisia is this set of tools of the European neighbourhood policy, we will be responsible if Tunisia fails to consolidate democracy. We need to offer more, and more is not only financial. Financial, I think, is relatively easy. Tunisia is a country that with 3 billion, 4 billion can be transformed because it has a lot of economic potential. It is not only security. Tunisia needs support to address the Libyan problem because it's affecting seriously the southern and the inland regions in Tunisia, but it's mainly political. And if Europe cannot offer a stronger partnership to Tunisia, sometimes I say Tunisia should become a kind of Puerto Rico for the European Union. We should make very clear that we are there to protect Tunisia, and we have to mean it. And we have to build an iron wall around Tunisia to protect it, to promote democracy there. because we need success there. If Tunisia fails, the rest of the region will lose hope in democracy. And democracy is not anymore today what it used to be in the past. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, if a country didn't have a democratic perspective, it was not a serious country. Today, if you take the list of the big powers in the world, many of them are not democracies. So we don't see today, I think the free trade idea has or is replacing the democratic idea. This is not anymore the West, this is not anymore the list of powers led by the United States and then the big European powers. It's not anymore the case. So democracy will stop to be, or will not be anymore what it used to be. It's not a driving force in the region. So we have, as Europeans, to seriously invest in Tunisia. The Maghreb can be the success story in the region. We need to address their challenges politically, financially, and from a security perspective. And we have to remember that the positive note is that there is an appetite for Europe in the region. And this is very important because these countries in the south, to some extent it happens in Egypt, it happens in Libya, it happens in the Maghreb, of course. For them, Europe is a welcome partner. They want more Europe. They want Europe to help them to overcome their political crisis. And Pierre will remember very well how when the Egyptians had their crisis, their political crisis that led to this situation they have today, they were asking Europe to help them to find a solution. Same thing about Tunisians, same thing about Libyans. And for our culture, our DNA in Europe, which is not very interventionist, we were having problems to agree to play the role that the actors were asking us to play. But this appetite is not only for political implication, political work of Europe, it's also Europe as a model. They understand very well that the southern neighborhood cannot succeed if it is not in an integrated region. And they want Europe to help them to do that. So there is a big appetite for Europe as a political actor, and we have to take the decision to engage with different actors in the region, understanding, working day by day with them, and there is an appetite for Europe as a model. So, as Pierre said, more creativity, more imagination, in other words, a cultural revolution in Brussels, understanding that democracy is the real challenge, and it's going to be very difficult, increasingly difficult to promote democracy in the future, and more generosity. This will be the formula to address all these crises. Thank you.
Well, I think Mr. Vimont promised that there would be questions and answers, and I don't think I can refute that in any way. So maybe, if you don't mind, maybe we would have a couple of questions, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Among the very interesting things I heard from Bernardino Leon, there's criticism of the possibilities of Europe as a soft power in the future, no? Which is very, very interesting. I've been living in Egypt in the last 7 years, and that's the kind of feeling you have when you are living in an Arab country, no? That it's not enough to have to be a soft power, and you somehow advocate for a new kind of interventionism. No? Can you elaborate a little bit about on that? You know, what kind of interventionism you imagine for the European?
bases in the region don't have the objectivity needed to, and maybe we are too close and they are too far. But definitely, when you read the conclusions, you have the impression that the European political leaders are focusing on the European crisis as if this crisis was not connected to the southern Mediterranean, and it is. It is. I don't say that the origin of the crisis is linked to the southern Mediterranean, but to me it's very clear that the solution, or one of the solutions of the crisis, is looking more to the south. So more political intervention, more economic intervention, 1 day of European Central Bank intervention. The money we use 1 day to stabilize the euro will be enough to become a key actor in the region. If you think that the Saudis have given more than 5 billion to the Egyptians, the Emiratis more than that, or the money that Qatar has invested in the region, if you compare this with the little money that Europe has been offering, you understand that we don't have, I mean, you can only translate the will to become an actor in euros. It's simple as that. So obviously the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris want to be key actors in the region, and we don't. That's obvious. And then, of course, security, because you cannot solve Libya challenge with a military intervention, but we know that whatever the solution, we will need some kind of security involvement, and we need to be ready to do that. I think they are now in Brussels aware of this, and they are with a CSDP mission, as you know, but we need to have a more strategic vision of the security challenges in the region.
I'm afraid we're going to be running a little behind time, so I will, this gentleman here was first. I think we'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both Señores Vimón y León. I have a couple of very, very brief questions to Bernardino León. I assume that you do not believe that the operation, the military operation, which the European Union is patronizing now, I speak about the mafias in Libya, will affect your United Nations mission and the works you are delivering in this moment. But do you think that your interlocutors, both in Tobruk and in Tripoli, will think the same, that is, that this new initiative by the Union is not going to affect their positions? Second, very brief one. I watched after you met with the Security Council in New York on the 29th, I think, I remember, you gave a press conference, and you said that the Council had recommended you to finish before June because of the Ramadan. Do you think, if it is not a secret, that you will finish before Ramadan? Thank you.
I wish I could. Well, first of all, I am daily basis contact with Federica Mogherini. We are coordinating very closely. There is a very clear determination in Brussels that whatever they do has to be compatible with the political process, should not undermine the political process. So I'm sure that they will continue to do so, and they have asked how it could be done, and we have made some suggestions on using the political process also to support fighting mafias. There are different ways to do it. Let me just mention an example. We have what we call the municipalities track in Libya, municipalities representing cities in both camps, including the most important cities in the country, cities like Misrata, Zawiya, Gerian, or Tripoli, representing one camp, and cities like Benghazi, Tobruk, Beida, Marj, representing the other camp. And they are already working with the European Union. There are some important issues linked, for instance, to opening the airspace, opening airports, a number of issues in the list of confidence-building measures in this dialogue. And it is perfectly possible to include this cooperation so that it will not have any political implication. Here what is important is that whatever the EU does doesn't have political implications, like giving the possibility to be interpreted as supporting one side or the other, or giving recognition to actors that don't have recognition today in order to seek cooperation on the migration file. It's not easy, but I am confident that we will find the way to do it. And finding the way to do it means that Tobruk and Tripoli and Misrata, because Misrata will be a key actor in all this effort, will agree with this idea. On the Ramadan deadline, the problem in Libya is that by October, the political mandate of the House of Representatives in Tobruk will expire. It means that after, if we reach October without an agreement, there will be a political vacuum. So we're going to make a new proposal, and hopefully before the end of May it will be published. We're still waiting for some actors to send their proposals for this new draft. And we believe that if we reach June 17th, the Ramadan, it will be difficult to continue the process during the Ramadan, and then we will reach end of July without a solution. It will be difficult to convince some of the actors to do something before October. This is why the Ramadan deadline is so important. It's still possible to reach a deal, but it's going to be difficult. We have to be realistic. But I think the remarks we are receiving from the parties so far make me think that the new proposal could work. It will require fine-tuning, but it is not a hopeless case. Let me put it this way.
I'm afraid we have to end this session because we're running a little late of time, but I want to ask you to warmly say your thanks for the speeches. Thank you very much. And now we will have a changement de décor.
And I'll ask Rosa to speak first, then Anna, and then you. Okay. And we can take questions. I think, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we please start the next session? If you would kindly take your seats. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charles Powell. I'm the director of the Elcano Royal Institute. And I'm very pleased to be moderating this panel this morning. We have three excellent speakers from different walks of life and from different national backgrounds. The first speaker will be Rosa Balfour, who is at the European Policy Centre, where she runs the Europe in the World programme. Rosa is Anglo-Italian and lives in Brussels, so she is a true European. And she is a very well-known academic and expert in European foreign policy who has been publishing widely on the sorts of issues that we're going to be talking about in the next hour. Her latest book is on the European External Action Service and member states, so I suppose she has seen quite a lot of Pierre Vimont in the last few years, or would like to have seen a lot of Pierre Vimont in the last few years. I will then ask Anna Hjärtfeldt to address you. Anna is a Swedish career diplomat. I met her when she was still the director of the Swedish Institute for International Affairs. And as some of you may know, a couple of years ago, Elcano, PISM from Warsaw, and EI from Rome, and our Swedish colleagues were involved in a very interesting project which I've been thinking about quite a lot over the last few months and weeks. This was what we called the European Global Strategy. The foreign ministers of Sweden, Italy, Poland and Spain asked our respective think tanks to try to come up with a document which would complement, not replace, but complement the famous Solana strategy of 2003. And we had a number of very interesting meetings in our four capitals and in Brussels. And of course, already then, in 2012, 2013, we were grappling with the sorts of issues that are still troubling us today. For example, how to describe our relationship with Russia. Of course, we claimed at the time to have a very special and strategic relationship with Russia, which is not something that we can claim anymore. But a lot of the issues that we discussed during those weeks and months are still of great relevance, and of course the neighbourhood is one of them. So I'm very pleased, Anna, that you could join us today. Anna is now the Swedish representative to the Political and Security Committee in the European Union, the COPS, as we know it in French and in Spanish. And last but by no means least, we have Andres Pildegovic, who is the Secretary of State from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, who spoke to us earlier, and it's a great pleasure to have you here as well. Today, this session is a little bit more informal, I hope, than the previous ones, and Rosa is very provocative. She is paid to be provocative, and I'm sure she won't disappoint, and hopefully we will have a little bit more time as well for questions and answers. Thank you very much for your interest and your presence here this morning. Rosa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you for inviting me here. Some of what I will say will echo what has been said earlier, and I do think there is a strong consensus among the people who are thinking about European Union foreign policy and Europe's global role that there is a real need for a wake-up call. What I will argue is that Europe is not there yet, and that will form the bulk of my presentation here. I will focus on the relationship with Eastern Europe and Russia, because we'll be discussing the relationship with South Mediterranean this afternoon. And essentially, what I would like to put to you is that Russia's challenge in Ukraine is a challenge to the global order. And I think the statement is not particularly controversial. I think a lot of people agree with this. But perhaps where there is less agreement is in understanding the fact that the EU, the various components of the of the EU foreign policy system, the institutions, the member states, I don't think the nature of the challenge has sunk in sufficiently to be able to think about appropriate solutions to address the challenge to the global order, which is therefore not just a challenge to Ukraine. Why is this? I think that if one were to identify one single issue, I think we would remain stuck in a problem over Russia. EU member states disagree among themselves about the prioritization to accord to Russia and the prioritization to accord to Eastern European countries and the South Caucasus. And being stuck in this way of framing the nature of the challenge is not enabling the member states to move out of it. And I'll say more about this later. As I said, there are different perceptions on the nature of the challenge and the extent to which it is actually existential. Munkau wrote in the Financial Times quite recently that the Ukraine issue is actually more serious than Brexit. I think both have existential implications for the EU and both need to be addressed simultaneously. I also think, and this for me is particularly problematic, that there are different perspectives among the member states, among the capitals in Europe, on the opportunity of dealing with this crisis collectively as the European Union. And this, to me, is one of the most fundamental problems because it points at a pattern of fragmentation within the EU, which is not going to make the EU fit for this century, despite the fact that a lot of other ingredients for the EU to be fit to deal with the global challenges are there. And Charles, I remember at one of the meetings of the global strategy, you actually, and I wish I had the time to recall that, I'll just mention it, you actually elaborated on how Europe is fit for the postmodern world, but the member states do not seem to be aware of this. Where we are now is at a point in which unity among the member states, which we can see through the sanctions policy, is considered in itself an achievement, and maintaining that is an objective. I would argue that this quite simply is not enough. And if the external shock of what is happening in Ukraine is not a sufficient wake-up call, then I would ask the question, what is? Where are we? I will just go through the sort of policy responses and the policy revision processes that are ongoing. But first, I'd just like to say 2 words about Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. Some things have been said already before, but I think we just need to remember that what we call Eastern Europe and South Caucasus, or ENP East, is actually a very fragmented, heterogeneous region, if we can call it a region, with countries going in different directions. There's one factor which brings them together, and that is state fragility, which is a driver in that region, and that is a serious concern that ought to be addressed. And of course, corruption. So there are a number of challenges, shall we say, which are the real drivers of political developments in that region, and I would doubt seriously that the policy framework that we have is actually equipped to address these challenges, and I'll get to this. What we have in terms of policy responses. First of all, we have the Eastern Partnership, which is an initiative. There will be very soon a summit in Riga, and these conferences partially organized around the notion of providing ideas for this summit so that the summit can come out with a document which has consulted various components of this process. It is an initiative. It has enhanced a regional platform. It has added a civil society dimension, which previously did not exist. So it has some very important aspects. However, and I think my fellow speakers perhaps will elaborate a little bit further on this, trying to create a document which will bring together the different perspectives in the context of this fragmentation that I've been talking about in the region and in the EU has proven a challenge. I'm not sure where you are on that, and I hope to hear more from the other speakers. That's the first but. The second but is it does not add up to a policy. Now, what the EU claims to have as a policy is the European neighbourhood policy. And I think it is fallacious to think that it is a policy. It is a toolbox. It is a collection of toolbox, which is currently undergoing a review process. And my argument is that the review process, the way it has been conceived, back in early November, at the beginning of November, and the documents, the first consultation document that has been produced in March, are not suggesting that we are heading towards a true revision of the EU's relations with its neighbours. It's suggesting that we are going to perhaps tweak some details of the European neighbourhood policy framework as we know it today. So, Pierre Vimont mentioned a number of conceptual problems inherent to the policy, which existed prior to the crisis and which are now simply more evident. I will not go into each of the details. I tend to be more radical than him in my analysis of the neighbourhood policy as it exists. But I just want to highlight 2 or 3 things. First of all, there's no questioning of the geography, despite the fact that there are huge differences among the countries. There's very little questioning about the tools. And this is problematic because I do think some of the tools can work, some of the tools can be useful, but they're not going to be useful in every context. And we have spoken about how diverse the contexts are and how complicated they are. The tools in the ENP toolbox are essentially tools that can work in stable countries which want more from Europe. I think if we look at all the 16 countries included in this policy, there is one at the moment that fits this box, and that is Tunisia, because even Moldova is truly struggling. It has a minority government which is besieged by huge problems. It has contested sovereignty because of the Transnistria issue. Russia is undermining that fragile stability in that country. So it is problematic. So if none of the tools of the ENP toolbox are relevant to the countries in Eastern Europe, then perhaps we need to rethink the policy setup in a far more radical way. What is the trend? What is happening now in revising this toolbox? First of all, we've talked about differentiation. It is clear that Brussels is heading in a much more bilateral direction. So it's looking at how to identify policies on a government-to-government basis which can help. It's much more pragmatic. This is positive. It's looking at areas for sectoral cooperation. The partner country doesn't have to necessarily buy in the whole package. It can look at sectoral cooperation on an ad hoc basis. I think this too can be positive. There is also increased support for countries which are willing to get closer. But the question is it enough? And I think what Bernardino Leon said about Tunisia is very indicative, and I think very similar arguments can be made, certainly for Ukraine, certainly for Moldova, and certainly for Georgia, which are the 3 countries in Eastern Europe and the South Caucasus which have made huge investments, political investments, in getting closer to Europe, and Europe needs to respond to this. The problem is that the tools are quite simply not commensurate with the challenge. And that's why I've been arguing in favour of a much more radical approach. Before moving on to my next points, i.e. what can be done, or how can we devise a process which will lead to something which is more relevant and have more impact, I think I just would like to say 2 more things about how the EU is responding to the crisis in Ukraine. The first is, and we should not forget, there is another pillar, and that is the energy union. The energy union at the moment is an empty shell, but it potentially is a game changer. But for the energy union, because it's going to change significantly the way in which the European states have developed their energy relationship with Russia and other major gas providers, energy providers. However, this requires a certain amount of buy-in from the member states. At the moment, the energy union is just an ambitious, empty shell, and it needs to have backing, and that will be very intrusive on the internal market, the energy market, on member states, and on big business. Secondly, crisis management. The EU is managing the relationship Minsk agreements through essentially the Normandy format, Germany and France. So far, so good. The High Representative has tried to improve relations between the Foreign Affairs Council and the European Council to make sure that Germany and France are not working on their own, and that the decisions at the European Council are then backed up by the Foreign Affairs Council in an executive way. But we need to ask ourselves whether this is the way forward, whether it's actually member state negotiating with Putin or whoever in the next crisis, or whether we want a stronger European Union role in this. Third and final cluster of ideas, what to do, how to go about it. I do think it has become a priority for the member states to start not adjusting their positions, but aligning their perspectives. We talked about, Pierre Limon mentioned the word mindsets. We do need to make a cognitive effort to make sure that the member states have a more commonly shared analysis of the situation, of why it came about. I think there needs to be a greater understanding in the member states that this is not just about Ukraine. This is not just about the bilateral relationship between, say, Spain and Ukraine. And of course it's understandable that Spain will privilege Russia over Ukraine, given the nature of the relationships. But this is not what it's about. This is about understanding a context which is changing dramatically, and where the EU and European states are not actually calling the shots, just responding to it. So I think it is important to take a step back and try to foster a more common analysis of what is happening. I think the EU needs to think about long-term about what to do with Russia beyond this crisis, which is going to stay, is there to stay. And this is going to be very difficult because, as we said, there are very different positions, very different relationships with Russia. And I think one perhaps needs to be adventurous and undress the sort of Cold War logic, which still permeates, I think, the way in which we understand the actions of the other. We need to deconstruct the ideological confrontation. And I think included in this exercise, we need to listen to Russia's complaints, because Russia has complaints about the global order. It has complaints about the way Europeans and the US dealt with Kosovo. It has complaints about how Gaddafi, the Libyan crisis, was dealt with. So perhaps we need to listen to those complaints and think a little bit more, especially if our aim is to make sure that the global order is maintained. And finally, we need to be far more, but this has been said already, I have it, far more creative about rethinking the toolbox. I think we've heard this quite a lot today. But I think there is a consensus around this. The problem is how to go about it. And if one starts from the analysis, if one starts by deconstructing the language in which we have constructed relations with the neighbours, that can actually be a first step towards developing something different. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Anna.
Thank you so much, Charles, and thank you for inviting me here. It's really great to be here, and thank you to the Latvian Embassy also for hosting this event. So now we're moving from the think tank world to the world of more of diplomacy, maybe. But I have been asked to speak a little bit about why Sweden is attaching so much importance to the Eastern Partnership, and this is where I'm going to start off. It was in 2008 Sweden, together with Poland, who took the initiative to create the Eastern Partnership. And there were three reasons why this step was taken. First of all, there was an explicit request from these countries to have a closer relationship with the European Union. The second reason was that we also found that it was important for the EU itself to find a platform where we could also push for reforms in these countries. And the third reason was that we didn't have a regional dimension in the neighborhood policy in the East, where we in the South were about to create the Union for the Mediterranean. So these were the reasons why this initiative was taken. And today, of course, we are seeing that the Eastern Partnership is a possibility for these 6 countries to engage with the East and to accelerate their political association, but also their economic integration with the Union, both on a bilateral basis, but also in this multilateral track. And here, for Sweden, as for many others, one key aspect is that it is up to these 6 countries to choose themselves. and to choose freely on how they want to approach this closeness to the EU by furthering the reforms on democracy and for instance, rule of law. And I think that, as the President was putting it earlier, it is up to these countries to choose their own destiny. And for us, of course, the possibilities of that this is creating of closeness for these countries to the European Union, it is something that I would say as a Swede is of political importance, but is also of strategic importance. Because of course what we believe is that neighbors who have democratic, resilient institutions with a high degree of rule of law, these are stable neighbors. And of course stable neighbors are neighbors which we in turn can have close political ties with and also economic trade with. So, what has happened since the summit in Vilnius for the Eastern Partnership? I think we can all agree that there is quite a lot that has happened in the region since 2013. We have seen and we are seeing an ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine, and we have seen when we are seeing a situation which is very much affecting the security situation for the whole region, and therefore also affecting our bilateral relationship with the countries in the region and with Russia. The Eastern Partnership in Vilnius, it was sort of the culmination, it was sort of demonstrated almost the culmination of quite important processes. And we of course saw the signing of 3 DCFTA, these broad free trade agreements in Vilnius. And we also saw steps being taken on visa liberalization. This kind of big demonstrations we will not see as we expect in Riga. But at the same time, there will be important things that we will be expecting from the 21st and 22nd of May. And there will be some concrete deliverables that are now being negotiated between both the EU member states, but also together with the partners. So there are expectations of some steps being taken also for the Riga summit, but not these big ceremonies of signing ceremonies that we saw 2 years ago. At the same time, I think that it's fair to say that maybe this meeting that we will now have in May in Riga is maybe going to be the most important summit that the Eastern Partnership has yet seen. And of course why that is the security situation that we have been seeing in the region for these past 2 years. The fact that hopefully almost all of the EU heads of states and governments are going to meet with the leaders from these 6 countries and demonstrate together that we are standing up for the commitments that have been taken. I think that you cannot underestimate the importance of that political signal given the security situation in the region. And I think it's also going to show very clearly and demonstrate the continued interest that the EU has in the development in these 6 countries, and that it will also be a very important platform to push for these important reforms in these countries, both on issues of democratization and the rule of law, but also, of course, on issues such as anti-corruption. Charles also asked me when I came here to say something about the relationship with Russia, and I wanted to try to say a few words on this as well. Russia is, of course, a strategic partner to the European Union, but I think that it's also some merit in that Russia is, in the words of EU President Tusk, a strategic problem for the Union. And dealing with this problem, it is an important issue for the EU, as we have been hearing today. Maybe it's even on the top of the EU foreign policy agenda. And the challenge is, of course, that there are several aspects that are of key importance. There are economic aspects, there are political aspects, but there are also security policy aspects that all have to be considered. When we are starting, maybe if we start to look at the Is it better now? If we start to look at, if we start with the economy, Russia is EU's 3rd trading partner, and the EU is the 1st trading partner of Russia. 75% of all foreign direct investment stocks in Russia, they come from the EU member states, and a large part of those direct investments come also from a country like Sweden. And therefore, of course, improving economic ties with Russia would be of great interest for all EU member states. And here there is going to be, and there continues to be, an interest in trying to search for a free trade agreement that would elevate the WTO levels between Russia and the EU. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much progress in these negotiations that started in 2008, and now the negotiations are frozen given the political situation. But also, Russia is also a very important political partner to the EU. On international issues, we have just been discussing, for instance, Libya, but also on issues such as Iran, but non-proliferation. The collaboration that the EU has with Russia, and it's of course an ongoing collaboration, it is of course also of high interest for the European Union. But maybe nowhere the political collaboration and political contacts that we have with Russia are as important as they are in our own region. And here it is clear that the relationship that Russia has with our Eastern partners and with us as the EU, it will impact the way which we are dealing with the EMP and the Eastern Partnership. This importance was also the reason why the EU already, when we set up the neighbourhood policy, tried to include Russia as a partner, which we were not interested in at the time. But I think that it's very important here to state very clearly that this kind of contacts and this kind of discussions, they also have very clear limits. The EU's neighbourhood policy and the Eastern Partnership, it is covering the bilateral relationship that the EU has with its neighbours. These neighbours are sovereign partner countries, and therefore any involvement by Russia or by others, neighbours of the neighbours as we are now calling them, is clearly limited to that it has to respect that it is the sole right of the EU and their partners to decide on how they want to proceed in their relations. This is a notion that is relevant for the trilateral discussions that we are having with Russia and Ukraine on the implementation of the Ukrainian DCFTA. But it's also a relevant notion when we are talking about the discussions, I think that Pierre Vimon was touching upon, on the Euro-Asian economic union, that this is a very, very clear line that we have to be following. At the same time, yes, maybe there is a possibility to have closer relations between the EU and the Euro-Asian Economic Union. We are also seeing, of course, that two of the countries in the Eastern Partnership, Armenia and Belarus, are members of the EU. But here we have complications regarding the customs tariffs that makes it very tricky to both have a FTA with the EU and at the same time be a part of what is an equivalent to a customs union. And I mean, as a parallel, we could take Sweden, for instance, being a member of the customs union, the European Union. We cannot have our own bilateral trade relations with other countries. So bilateral formal trade relations with other countries, and this is a parallel that we also have to respect. I think also while we have now been discussing the economic and the political part of these relations, what is of course important for Sweden and for most, I would say, and maybe it even takes primary importance for a country like Sweden and for most other countries that have a geographical closeness to Russia, it is also the security policy aspects that we are witnessing now. This security issue or even a security threat is something that is very clearly felt in a country like Sweden. A few years ago, when we were discussing defense issues, that was maybe ranked as number 30, 35 on the list of important political issues. Today, it is a top 5 issue that we are discussing on the political side in a country like Sweden. This is something that is not only something that we are discussing, it is something that is very strongly felt by the Swedish population, that we are now living much closer to a security threat that we are seeing from Russia. And this is something that we are going to have to take into account in these discussions. We are also seeing, as a result of this, that Sweden is going to be one of the countries that is going against the trend of cutting on defense spending, and we are now going to see an increase in defense spending for the next 5 years.
So I think that you were mentioning it, Rosa, that that we are risking to get stuck on the Russia discussion. But I think that first of all we are not stuck. We are having this ongoing discussion at one Foreign Affairs Council after the other, and we are actually still maintaining a unity position on Russia, which I think is not something that we can underestimate in a European Union where all foreign policy decisions need to be taken on a unanimous basis. Just finally, a very, very short word on the southern neighborhood. And here it is something that I think is going to become, I think Pierre was discussing before, that maybe we should separate these two neighborhoods a little bit more clearly. I think maybe that it's going to be difficult to do that. When we set up the neighborhood policy, it was already done very important to show that for countries like Sweden, we are also very engaged in the south, and for countries like Spain, that you are also engaged in the east. And I think that this notion has maybe become even more important today. And I think for the Swedish population, it is very clear why we need to engage in the situation now as ongoing situation in the Mediterranean, and why we are engaging taking refugees, for instance, from the south to Sweden, and where we will be engaging in the ongoing Frontex operation in the Mediterranean. This is something of direct interest for Sweden, and this is something that I think is more and more widely realized. And I think that there is not going to be any way for the European Union to sort of buy out of that all countries are engaging in the south and that all countries are engaging in the east. Thank you.
Yes, that last point. Decoupling is a very important one, and I'm sure we'll come back to that. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. And perhaps, if you aren't breaching any state secrets, we can ask you about the current state of play on the eve of Riga in terms of the wording of certain things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will speak as a paid optimist. And as it has been said before, Eastern Partnership summits are famous for dramas. We have had drama in Warsaw 2011, there was a drama in Vilnius 2013, and we will see if we have drama in Riga 2 weeks down the road, but we think that we could and should avoid it, and we think that this event I will call it as a kind of crossroad event. This might be the summit which will pave the road for the future of Eastern Partnership as a concept, as a platform, and potentially it might be the last Eastern Partnership summit if we don't get it right. So we very much hope that it will be a kind of cross-fertilization exercise between EU 28 leaders and leaders of Eastern Partnership 6 countries. In many respects, it will be a summit of reconfirmation that we care for each other, that we are interested to work together, that we have a strategy, and this is not just a declaration, but a policy beefed up by a toolbox of instruments, by relevant funds, by ingenuity and flexibility, to which Pierre Rimon was referring. It will be, in some respects, maybe a little bit a dry summit, because we will have a quite scrupulous analysis of the implementation of DCFTAs and association agreements. To paraphrase Vladimir Lenin, which is not that popular these days, implementation of these documents is a key for success. If we get things right, then we can build on. And of course, in many respects, we see this summit as a reconfirmation that we don't have less Vilnius, and we have consistency about our open mind, as we call it in our diplomatic language, constructive ambiguity, that this is not destructive ambiguity, but a forward-looking message to the partner countries that we are serious and we are interested in a evolution of the relationships, of course, progressing according to the implementation of the current documents. We very much hope that by Riga we will find a few examples of this flexible approach. We are in the last stage of finalizing new formula for Armenia, which will take some elements from association agreement and maybe some elements from Kazakh enhanced TCA, which is about to be signed in July. And I think Europe is learning and showing that this is not a zero-sum game, and we are open to think creatively how to address the needs, interests, and ambitions of every specific country. And this is not a kind of pre-cooked Bible which we enforce on our partner states. Of course, Ukraine is a big cloud, what is hanging over the conflict, over the concept. The problems should not be overlooked, but they should be challenged and dealt with in a kind of systematic way. First of all, I fully agree with those who said that we have to mobilize support of all like-minded countries, and we think about the neighbors of the neighbors. And during the recent Ukraine-EU summit, we had the Ukraine Support Conference, which was attended by 56 countries, distant and close to Ukraine. And maybe this is a little known thing, but even countries as far as Korea are funding OSCE observers in Donbass, in eastern Ukraine. And I think this is what has to be thought about when we talk about southern neighborhood and eastern neighborhood, that we have to mobilize all like-minded countries. And of course we have to address not that like-minded countries when we talk about our neighbors. Russia, big elephant in the room, has been touched a few times. I can only repeat again that the concept has never been incepted as an anti-Russian exercise. I want to remind that in 2009 Russia was invited to join Eastern Partnership, and that time Russian government declined the offer, saying that they prefer strategic partnership. That's okay, but the gates have been open. We have been trying to engage with Russia multiple times, explaining the reasons and the logic and the content of the agreements. We continue to do this. On Ukrainian EU DCFTA, we have had so far 10 rounds of negotiations on the political level, on technical level, with Minister Lukayev of Economy, with technical experts. And if needed, we are ready to have 11th, 12th and 13th round. This is what Europe is about, and there is nothing what we are hiding in these documents. Of course, the success of this neighborhood policy will depend on probably three decisive elements. The first element is, I fully agree with those who said, the state building within the partner countries. If the leadership, the nations themselves, the business class, youth, NGOs are not engaged, if the countries swing in their ambitions and they make U-turns, constant U-turns, then of course we hardly can think about sustainable development. The second thing is internal synergies within the partner countries. We have a mixed results so far. There is empirical data showing that association agreements, DCFTAs, have helped. For instance, Belarus has mentioned a few times that, and actually President Lukashenko has paid a few visits to Georgia and Moldova recently, saying that Belarus is benefiting from DCFTAs signed by Georgia and Moldova. And I think this is very welcome development. Even Armenia has noted that their trade with Georgia has increased after accession of Georgian into force of Georgian DCFTA, and I think those kind of developments should be encouraged and should be supported. But the third crucial element is, of course, our own attention, our own leadership of the member states, leadership on the behalf of the Commission, and As we know, in Brussels, attention span is very short, and neighborhood is crucial, and without success and peace and stability in the neighborhood, all our ambitions as a global player are not really serious. I want to say a few words on a country which is not in the headlines of the news agencies, and this is Belarus, one of our neighbors. This is a country with which we have had 20 years of impasse. We have tried various policies, we have used sanctions, we have tried ostracizing this country, we have tried pretend that they don't exist, we have tried to outreach to the NGOs, to the opposition, to the opponents of the regime, and we have to be quite frank that we have not succeeded. In a way we have had for 20 years in a kind of Cuba-style situation on the borders of Europe. And we have been trying during our presidency, as much as Lithuanians and Poles before us, to unfreeze this relationship. I'm not saying that we are naive and we expect that President Lukashenko will become Václav Havel of Belarus in immediate future. Probably that will never happen. But it is a country of 10 million people right on the borders of Europe, bordering Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, a country which is part of Eurasia Economic Union, a country which is the only one without territorial conflicts so far, and hopefully it will remain the same. And therefore we are encouraging small, maybe baby steps to engage with this republic. This month Belarus will join Bologna process. Maybe this is a small step, but we think this is a step which leads to the future. Engagement of university, youth, students is the right path. Belarus is attending on mobility. We expect progress with this country as well. We talked about migration. The readmission agreement is about to be signed shortly, and we think that we have to be. I'm not advocating anything politically incorrect. Issue of political prisoners is still very, very much on our agenda, and of course Nikolai Statkevich, a prominent presidential candidate, is still behind bars, and this is not acceptable for the Union. But having said that, we think that we should be forward-looking and should be active engaging with this country. Some of the speakers mentioned the Eurasia Economic Union. Of course, this is an objective reality, and we cannot ignore objective reality. But before we engage in any political discussions, we believe that we have to see real tangible progress in Ukraine, that Russia honors Minsk agreements, and Russia supports territorial integrity of Ukraine, and in the meantime we can only keep other channels of communication. Latvian presidency has never been anti-Russian. We have tried to do outreach as much as possible. Our minister's first visit during the presidency was to Moscow and Kiev. We hosted 2 weeks ago big ASEM, big tent, 2 ministerial events on science, education and transportation, inviting among other guests Russian and Kazakh ministers. So helping to pass the message to the Russian leadership that if they want to be a bridge between Europe and giants of Pacific Rim, they have to play by the rules and they have to accept international norms and laws. So this is the very concise vision how we feel in Riga 2 weeks before the summit. We have got some warning signals from the Russian Foreign Ministry that they will retaliate harshly to the Riga summit. We don't know what it means, but we are quite confident that the policy as such is right. We need some fine-tuning, we need some encouragements, friendly encouragement to our partners. So we hope that we will have progress on mobility, if not at the summit, then towards the end of the year. And the message about this constructive engagement with this long-term engagement with the partners will be loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. That was quite chilling, actually. This could be the last Eastern Partnership Summit if we don't get it right, and the Russians are planning to retaliate. Okay, on that happy note, I will take some questions. Please remember we will be offering you a light, early Spanish lunch afterwards, so don't go away. And I can see a hand up here. Can you please introduce yourselves before you ask your question so that our panelists know who you are? Thank you. We'll take 2 or 3.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your interesting presentations. I'm the counselor of the Embassy of Georgia here in Madrid. I would like to make a short comment and ask a question. European integration is a priority of our foreign policy, which is also supported by the majority of our population. And in this way, we have made a lot of efforts, and it is neither easy because taking into account our geopolitical situation and some of our neighbors. So in this process, we have made some achievements. Last year, we have signed the association agreement, the CFTA. We also are working on visa liberalization action plan. And on Riga summit, we are expecting that we will have the support from the European Union and to this policy. And as it was also mentioned here, all the support which we have received on this process, is it enough? And we really need more support because this way is not easy and this process is not easy. And also it's very important that non-EU member states will not have any influence on this process. And in this context, I would like to have a question. What do you think? What happens in Ukraine? It will have influence on EU Eastern policy, Eastern partnership policy. And what do you think, taking into account the crisis in Ukraine, the policy of EU should be more supportive to its Eastern neighbors, or it will become less inactive? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a question over here. Yes.
My name is Sergei Sisoev. I'm an independent analyst, but it seems to me that I'm only Russian in this audience, so I have to make an observation. As Ambassador Leon correctly mentioned in his presentation, diplomacy is conversation and dialogue. So the only way that exists in finding the solution for the Ukrainian crisis and in general the crisis in relations between US and Russia and European Union and Russia is the dialogue. But to have a dialogue, you at least have to have the common language and understand things in the same way. So far, this understanding is so different that it doesn't permit both parties to find a solution, although there are, of course, intents on both sides. And dialogue, of course, exists, and there will be, today there is a meeting in Sochi between Secretary of State Kerry and President Putin. But when I talk about the common language and the common understanding, those who try
to elaborate the foreign policy in Europe should understand what is going on really in Ukraine, what is going on in Russia, and the origin of all of this conflict. Because when one say that there is invention, there is annexation of Crimea and all other things that Russia should strictly implement Minsk II agreements, how Russia should implement Minsk II agreements if officially it's not the party of the conflict. And Russia signed Minsk II as to guarantee its implementation, as well as Germany and France. So when you say that Russia should implement, there is no sense. The same thing that Russia is directly involved in the crisis in Ukraine. In this case, first Ukrainian government should do is declare war to Russia.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Well,
we are
of
running
course,
out of time.
Of course. Russia has its geopolitical interests, and maybe everybody here should agree that all great powers have their geopolitical interests. Can we imagine, or let's imagine that Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs assist the manifestation of 15 de marzo, 15M, aquí, distributing biscuits. Or what United States would do if, for example, Russia officially and openly finance and support the movement of, say, in Mexico, strictly anti-American. What would be the reaction in this case of official Washington? I would say, I should say that I do not represent here neither government of Russia or any official institution, but at the same time, having the background of Soviet and Russian diplomat in the past, but living for more than 25 years here in Spain, I can make an independent analysis.
Okay, you have. Thank you very much. Yeah. We did, of course, invite the Russian embassy. If they chose not to come, that is entirely their affair, of course, which is surprising because they are rather busy in Madrid sometimes. Richard, yes, thank you.
My name is Richard Youngs. I work for the Carnegie Endowment. If this was the last EAP summit, would it be a disaster? What would we actually lose? I mean, people have said that the 6 countries are going in very different directions, and all the focus is on the bilateral relations between the EU and the countries individually. They want qualitatively different types of relationships, as Rosa said. So therefore, and the multilateral track of the EAP is rather empty at the moment. So if it was the last EAP summit, what would we actually lose in concrete terms?
Okay, should we take those?
Well, on the question regarding support and on mobility, I think we have had quite positive developments on mobility, for instance, with Moldova a year ago. A visa-free regime with Moldova has come into force, and to my knowledge, about 1 million people have used this opportunity. And the CFTA agreement in Moldova has come into force a year ago. And speaking about visa freedom, about 80,000 people living in Transnistria have applied for Moldovan passports, and there is this positive dynamics. Same could be said about trade. For instance, Transnistrian companies quite massively legalize their business, register their business in the Republic of Moldova, and exports from Transnistria to the EU has risen by double digits, about 30% over the last year. So I think, and I mean it, when all conditions will be met, Georgia and Ukraine will have the same rights of freedom of movement. We are working very, very diligently. Progress has been achieved, considerable. Ukraine is slightly more difficult because of the open borders. About 300 kilometers of Ukrainian border is not controlled by the country. Georgia is a different case, and we very much hope that within the reachable time will be a progress, and the EU stands ready to support that as much as possible. On the second question, I gave a few examples that Europe is not shutting the door to Russia. I mentioned those trilateral talks between Commissioner Malmström and Mr. Ulukayev of Russia and Ukrainian counterpart. They are meeting constantly, and they are dealing with specific Russian complaints, with specific Russian concerns. On most of them we don't agree because we don't see empirical data. In most of the cases it seems that concerns or objections are more political than real. Of course we have had for quite a while debate with Russia this kind of philosophical debate, what has been discussed a bit earlier, what is the future of the world? And we believe in the EU that free trade agreements is the future. Russian leadership lately has put more emphasis on customs union. But this is up to the Russian Federation to decide. I mentioned that there is quite strong empirical data that Armenians don't see problems with association agreements, DCFTAs. Belarusians don't see problems. Of course, every country's trade with Ukraine has gone down considerably because of the war. But otherwise, things with other countries, dynamics are quite positive in trade with the EU. Of course, it's important that every partner country keeps consistency. We have seen U-turn on behalf of Ukraine when they changed position and postponed implementation. Now we expect that we have a firm date, January 1st, 2016, and we don't expect deviations from that. What Russia could do more, of course, one easy thing will be give back control of the Ukrainian border with Russia. 300 kilometers of the Ukrainian border is not controlled. And of course, and then we have a big, and I think this is for the long time, we have fundamental disagreement about Crimea. Kosovo has been mentioned. Kosovo has not become part of Spain or Germany or Slovenia. And we have had negotiations for more than 10 years with turning every stone, and Russia was also engaged in those discussions. In Crimea, Russian Federation staged a kind of mockery within 2 weeks and changed the internationally accepted borders, violating UN Charter, violating bilateral agreements, etc., etc. So it's for the Ukrainian government and for the Russian Federation to find a long-term solution, but this is not a thing which we could ignore easily. On the Eastern Partnership, I think that, of course, technically speaking, we could go bilateral and switch to bilateral councils on an annual basis, But we think, particularly in the Baltic states, we very much believe in regionalism. And I think Sweden and Nordic countries share the same. Sweden was a pioneer of the regional policies within the EU. And of course we can argue for hours, is Caucasus a region or neighborhood or what? But this is about the only place where Georgians, Armenians and Azeris are meeting each other. There is hardly any other platform where they can meet. And we think, I talked about Belarus, we think that we have to engage them as well, even if their priorities are different, and even they definitely will consider Russia as a strategic partner. It wouldn't going to change, and we should not in any way discourage them from that. But still it's helpful to have those horizontal contacts between Belarus, Moldova, Belarus, Georgia. Ultimately all these events will help to develop the economies and raise prosperity and stability.
No, I just actually wanted to come in on this regional aspect. I think that it is something that we should not lose. It is something that is very important for Sweden, and there are also many other countries in the EU that really attaches importance to that aspect, and I think that is something we would lose. But another thing that we would lose is also that we see the Eastern Partnership not only as a technical endeavor, it's also a political endeavor, and I think you mentioned just now that the memory is quite short in Brussels, and the fact that we do have these regular summits is something that is helping us to put a focus on these, for us, very, very important issues. So this sort of political aspect is something that we also would want to maintain. I just wanted also very briefly to comment on this question from the Georgian lady there. And regarding does the development with Ukraine, will it mean that we will do less when it comes to the Eastern Partnership? I would say the contrary. We are now seeing that we are doing more than ever with Ukraine. We have set up this whole Ukraine support group. I mean, it's an enormous focus on Ukraine, so I think that we are already now seeing that we are doing a lot on Ukraine and that we are very engaged also, for instance, when it comes to the relationship with Georgia. But I think on this point, I think it's also one thing that maybe we can reproach ourselves, and that is that we didn't do enough early enough. Because as I said in my intervention, this notion of having stable partner countries with stable institutions where democracy and rule of law are issues that are high on the agenda, it is the most important thing for a stability also within the European Union. So I think that we should take this as a signal of doing more.
Thank you. Just for the sake of clarity, I think Kosovo and Crimea are not at all comparable, but I think the Russian argument is actually about the lack of mandate, of UN mandates for the NATO intervention in Kosovo. And I think that is one bone of contention, and I think it might be worth discussing it. That's all. Putting it on the table, discussing it. And there's one thing I'd like to say about the Eastern Partnership, or just about Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. For 20 years, the majority of member states saw this part of the world through the prism of their relations with Russia. And I think the Eastern Partnership has helped upgrade that part of the world to a slightly higher status. I think the problem is we're not there yet. Huh? It hasn't been a full upgrade. And which is why the Eastern Partnership as a political initiative is important, because it forces the other member states who otherwise may not be particularly interested in engaging with this part of the world to be engaged. So that's the kind of driver I think that the Eastern Partnership has produced. I also agree, also thanks to the Eastern Partnership, that they are essentially bilateral policies, visa liberalisation, trade. These are all bilateral policies, and they have brought about results. And we talked about regional trade. There's been, and I know this because we've been going through what the EMP has achieved and what not. And so we've looked at trade patterns. Trade with this part of the world has increased, between the EU and this part of the world, has increased as much as it has with the rest of the world, i.e. reflecting global trade and not necessarily reflecting the relationship. And in fact, there's been a drop in trade as well. I mean, overall growth, but there's been a drop in recent years, which has been compensated by the 6 countries with intra-regional trade. So I think that's an interesting pattern there. But trade in itself is not the solution. And it's not the solution when you look at the predicament in which these states are. None of them have full control of their territory. They all have contested sovereignty. They all have divided societies, perhaps with the exception of Georgia, where there's a very strong pro-European consensus. So it's very difficult to translate these initiatives into positive political outcomes. Now, the enlargement philosophy, the ENP philosophy, the Barcelona process philosophy has been very much, let's work on the context, let's facilitate a context in which these problems can be solved. This has not happened. What we are seeing is that the problems are multiplying. That's why there needs to be a qualitative shift in engagement and where the real root causes of the problems are addressed.
Thank you very much. I think you will all agree with me that that was an extremely interesting session, just what the doctor ordered. So thank you to the 3 speakers, and please join me in thanking them. So lunch will be served in the room next door, and we will be back within the hour, punctually, of course. This is Madrid. Thank you.